Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for our session's Sweet 16. Whoa! Oh my goodness, they grow up so fast.
We did it.
Yep, we did it. We did it. And you know what? Our campaign is now officially older than 99% of other campaigns that have ever existed in the existence of tabletop RPGs. So congratulations, everybody. We really did something monumental. Which is why, sadly, I'm here to inform everybody the Crimson Court's final session will be today. Gotta quit while we're ahead, you know?
Don't do that.
So, you know, make sure you gift all the subs and, you know, sub with Prime, you know, because you're never going to have another opportunity literally ever again. Speaking of, this episode is sponsored by Party Loot, who also knows that this is the final session and has you know, done some great work. In case you have any party tracking needs, go ahead and check out partylootapp.com. Oh, wait, what's today? Oh, my bad, dude. I thought it was April 1st. That's... You got me. You got me. Like Felicity was like,
May 24th and April 1st have a lot in common. So
what do you mean, Joe? All right. So let's not dally any longer. Let's just go ahead and dive right into this. Oh, quick note. As you can see, the spot directly beneath me is vacant. There will be no Jonathan tonight. Edwin will still be present-ish. I'll be, you know, voicing and role-playing as Edwin when absolutely necessary. But other than that, Edwin might be a little bit more passive tonight. So let's go ahead and dive in. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I, the Dungeon Master, do not do the summary. For Crimson Court, Ryan does the summary. So Ryan, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right, let's jump right in. Session 15, The King's Helping Hand. Talon arrives, greeting his children warmly before returning to Sunvale Keep to discuss their next steps. Talon questions if they are sure they want to go through using the Edict of Mercy, to which the children agree. Talon asks Merrick to deliver the edict, believing that his position as the son of two prominent royal houses will give more weight to the declaration. However, before leaving, Talon warns the children that he's disappointed in the fighting that he has heard about between them. The heirs all question why exactly he formed the King's Hand and his lack of contributing to their success, as he and the council seem to refuse to give any feedback on their last mission to Rosemont. Talon explains that he cannot tell them the entire truth right now, though he promises that he's trying to do what's best for the family and all of Elendara, wanting to do what he can to repair the rifts that exist between the siblings before it is too late. The responses to this are mixed, though most of the siblings don't leave satisfied with the answer. Arriving at the rectory, Merrick delivers the Edict of Mercy to High Solar Derek. After a tense trip through the rectory, they are able to talk him down from using force against them or the Lady Iridessa. As they escort her out, tension seems to build between several of the factions before Derek orders them to lower their weapons and allow the King's Hand to leave unharmed. Xanthi speaks to Derek, opening up about how she believes he was trying to do the right thing. However, the High Sunkeeper shows up, removing Derek as the High Solar shortly afterward. In front of the Church of Unity, Talon and the heirs all perform the rites associated with the Edict of Mercy, fully pardoning her. Merrick speaks to the crowd briefly, wanting to ensure everyone that this will be a new beginning for the King's Hand, and hopes to dissuade the fears and rumors that encircle all of the children. Back at the keep, everyone prepares for dinner. Edwin heads to visit Kaylin and finds her upset, feeling that she has no reason to be there and wants to go back to the Serpent's Grove. Edwin does what he can to offer support and guidance, though he understands exactly why Kaylin feels the way that she does. After dinner, Edwin speaks to Talon and opens up about his family and how they are being threatened. Talon wants to know more and asks who is threatening them exactly, but Edwin chooses not to tell Talon, believing that it would only cause more problems for the time being. He requests to get his wife and daughter to safety before they start working against this individual. Talon seems to disagree, but ultimately accepts the decision. He offers Edwin support before the eldest sibling heads to bed. Via goes to visit Kaylin and suggests that they have a sleepover, spending more time bonding together. Kaylin agrees and even offers to let Via invite Xanthi should she wish. Xanthi accepts, and the three sisters all bond and spend the evening together, though Xanthi does return to sleep in her own room. With the stage set to return to Skyhaven, the heirs all prepare to leave Faithspire behind while traveling in their father's airship.
That is exactly correct. Thank you, Ryan. So that is right where we're going to pick up, is the morning of before all of you leave. So the goal is to depart from Faithspire, fly south to Arkenvale, and then fly back up north to Skyhold for the festival, for choosing the new Sentinel. Now, as all of you are collecting your things, you're gathering your guards, eventually you meet in sort of that great hall of Sunvale Keep. And you can see that Talon and Lord Gareth are already up and ready to go, and they're having a conversation with Davian as all of you begin to kind of enter one at a time, eventually seeing most of you arrive. Edwin sleeping in a little bit more than what he typically does, showing up last again. You can see Davian and Gareth and your father, they sort of cut their conversation short as Davian will excuse himself, bowing to the king and bowing to all of you and heading out, seemingly to finish some business he has in Faithspire. However, as all of you are preparing to leave, sort of waiting for that final farewell from the Lady Paramount and her son, eventually they do enter. Just the two of them, no royal procession of guards yet. It's just Gareth, the king, and the five of you. As Lady Iridessa enters, she says, "Before all of you leave, I feel as though there is something that I do need to inform all of you of. You took a great deal of risk in pardoning me, and I feel as though it is only right that you know exactly why Derek believed it was necessary. I promise you I had no ill will, I had no knowledge of wrongdoing, and the rod that he found, I didn't know where it came from. I just wanted to put an end to it all. And that was a mistake, I know. But the reason the investigation started in the first place was because of a prophetic vision I had. One he was in the room and overheard that conflicted directly with an already present prophecy that is quite popular throughout the church. And I understand if, for your own safety, if you would prefer not to hear it, but I thought it would only be appropriate for me to at least offer.
I would like to hear it.
Talon will kind of look to the rest of you.
I think it's important that we hear it.
I agree.
All right. Well, with a majority there, the Lady Iridessa will nod as Talon nods to her to continue, and she'll say, "The prophecy foretold of dragons returning to Daria." And as she begins to talk, all of you can see that while Lionel looks a little nervous, it seems as though his mother has, with just your passive insights, it seems as though she has no additional information. It seems as though Lionel kept what he discovered to himself as she begins to talk about this prophecy that she experienced. The prophecy was, in the shadows of the waning sun, where the earth trembles and the seas churn, a wormling of emerald hue shall rise. Born to bond with the hand that wields both strength and sorrow, the master of this ancient blood shall command the skies, a shield to the weak, a scourge to the unworthy. Through fire and frost they will guide the realm, to stave off the tide of ice, cold as the grave, and secure the throne that fate has promised. It was after that prophecy and the images of dragons, the flame shifting to green in the room, that caused Derek to invoke his own edict of vigilance. Very interesting. I suppose this is something we'll have to keep an eye out for. If dragons are returning to Daria, it's something we will need to be vigilant about. But it seems as though your prophecy doesn't seem all bad. Hopefully when that prophecy translates to reality, it stays that way. My children made the right decision, Lady Paramount, and I'm glad to know that you feel as though you can share that with us. That information will not leave this room. It will not depart any of our lips. But thank you for sharing it. She'll nod and bow, and so will Prince Lionel. Well, if there's nothing else, Lady Paramount, we have a detour we need to make before we head to Sky Haven. We look forward to seeing you there, but I think that I can speak for all of us when I say we have a busy day of travel to get to, so best to leave early. Of course, my king. Please, an escort is waiting out in front of the gate to take all of you to your ship. Very good. Thank you, Lady Paramount. And with that, as the two of them sort of walk off, Prince Lionel will sort of fall in line with all of you, as all of you begin to kind of walk out, and he'll lean over to the five of you and say, "As I promised, I am a man of my word. I didn't tell my mother anything."
Merrick will just give him a nod.
Okay, we're not talking. All right, got it. Nod. Okay. So, for the sake of brevity, a procession is made from Sunvale Keep back to the airship dock. All of you are able to board Elendara's Promise. Now, it wasn't the point when it was introduced, but the ship is very, very, very large. It is a 7-deck airship. So there's the upper observation deck, the command deck, the royal residential deck, the guest and service deck, the common deck, the recreation deck, and then the lower operations deck. So it is a big ship. It is about 400 feet in length. Crazy big. I mean, if you were to stack shoulder to shoulder on each deck, you could probably fit a solid, 500 soldiers, 500-600 soldiers comfortably on Elendara's Promise, if you ever needed to. I don't know. So,
Okay.
And we need to be extra helpful to know if this was actually our ship,
Yeah.
listen, not everybody gets a car on their 16th birthday, all right?
Who's got the retro for? What's the name?
What's it? Okay. So all of your stuff is loaded onto the ship, and you can see the royal procession fills onto the ship. It is Talon, the five of you, as well as Lord Gareth. The Crown Claw Knights also mount the ship. You can see now making more controlled circular flights directly around the airship. And some of them are even starting to fly out south, beginning to scout out that area, making sure that there are no threats, at least a mile out from the airship. Making sure that if something is going to attack, that you'll have all the forewarning in the world. So, you say your goodbyes to Lady Paramount and Prince Lionel. You board the ship, and as the ship begins to thrum, the Ryanite cores beginning to charge with energy Eventually, the ship will lift slowly off the ground. There's a bit of a rumble, or a bit of turbulence when the ship is initially beginning to fly, or beginning to lift off. But eventually, as soon as you get to that like cruising altitude, which is probably a couple thousand feet off the ground, I'd probably say like 6 or 7. The chamber's not pressurized, so you can't get that like 32,000 feet, flying height that you would on a normal airplane. But you are able to get pretty high. And as you do, I mean, you can see the City of Faith Spire, the extent of the Emberlands, which is the sort of scarred farmland by Nidarion, where he was slain. His blood kind of seeped into the ground and turned so many of the fields. I mean, as the sunlight is catching it in the morning, it is this strange kaleidoscope of red and orange and yellow that like reflects off the grain fields that are there. All right. So, with that, all of you begin cruising on the airship. The wind's picking up the higher and higher you get.
Winds are howling.
Cruising on down Main Street.
Must be a place of power nearby. Okay. All right. And let's get this track. This is a good one. All right. So I'll move you to the main deck. Now, there's not a wheel just in the middle of the main deck, but I like the way that it looked, at least initially.
Yeah.
I
Ignore that.
think it's there cosmetically.
Yeah, it's
a cosmetic wheel.
It's a cosmetic wheel.
It's a wheel.
It's for when they have kids aboard. They're just like, here, just fuck with the wheel, you know. Give him,
Kid think he's driving.
give him a little
that.
thing to fidget with.
It's in case the Rhinite gives out and they have to do it manually. Yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly. Okay.
Kind of idiot only has one piloting system in a ship.
All right. So with that, the ship takes off. All of you are able to get sort of comfortable in your cabins. The cabins are, outfitted to a degree with items that are in styles and vibes that are appropriate to your person. You guys have been on this airship maybe once or twice each in your lives. Edwin and Xanthi probably 3 times because you are older. It's not used very often, but when it is, you do have a say in the way that it looks. So there are some elements that are reflective of your character. So that can be in your own little pretend play that you do in your little brain. So as the ship takes off, it probably takes about an hour just to get up to that cruising altitude. And I mean, then you start really moving. I mean, it looks fake how fast you're moving. Just because you are just cruising down the southern coastline. And probably this evening, you'll end up passing Crown's Rest, actually. And then tomorrow or the next day, so in 2 days is when you'll arrive in Arkenvale in the middle of the day. So you're going to fly right past Crown's Rest. But I wanted to open it to all of you. So as the airship takes off, you've been on board for a couple hours now. You've got your air legs, not sea legs, your air legs. Your ears have popped, I wanted to open up to all of you. Is there anything anybody wanted to do in particular? Any conversations they wanted to have? Any activities you wanted to do? The ship has got a whole bunch of stuff. It has got it's got a private bathhouse. It has a private dining salon. It has got a small library. It has a botanical garden. And it does have, where is it at here? It does also have a training area.
Dude, why would you ever leave the ship?
Guys, fucking expensive to fly.
Yeah, but it has a fucking air bathhouse. You fucking know I'm there.
All right.
I have a couple of things.
Okay.
One, I think doesn't need to be roleplayed. The other 2 are fairly big, so if you want to break it up, just want to kind of forewarn that. One, the thing that I don't think we need to roleplay unless you disagree, Merrick actually wants to talk to Davian and actually see if he could acquire a set of thieves' tools from him.
Yeah, he would be able to give you a set of thieves' tools before he left Faithspire. He was not coming with you on the airship.
Oh, he's not on the ship. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you could have
I thought
grabbed
he
him in the
was,
morning.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if he's willing to donate just to help the King's Hand, if
Of
Merrick
course.
wants to buy them, cool. Oh,
Nope.
sick. Okay, cool.
Anything
Because
to
it occurred to
assist
me, I
the
was like, man,
King's
if we did
hand.
go... Thanks, homie. All right, because yeah, it occurred to me, I was like, man, if we were gonna break her out, man, we'd have to either steal the key or because Merrick actually has proficiency in sleight of hand, so you know, better to have it than not. I figure. All right, cool. Thanks for that.
Yep.
Secondly, Merrick wants to talk to dear old dad.
Oh, okay. Bright and early in the morning. All right.
But, you know, whenever's convenient for him.
For sure. Yeah.
Obviously, if he's busy, Merrick can wait. But when he sees there's a good moment, he would try to grab him.
Yeah. So what I would say is that earlier in the morning, right, you get to that cruising altitude around 10 a.m. Around noon, he is in sort of he's in deck 3. And he's specifically in this sort of like great hall that's used for like receptions, you know, for whenever there are like lots of people on the ship where they can have like formal events should they need to. And right now he's just sort of taking an afternoon stroll through the ship, not having any meetings or any important work to do, but that is where you end up catching him. As you know, you're just sort of walking through the ship, getting a familiarity with it. As eventually you do get to that sort of great hall, he'll smile and sort of wave to you, but then you sort of approach and wave him down for a conversation.
I hope I'm not interrupting the little free time you have.
Oh, no, not at all.
I was wondering if we could speak about private matters.
Of course.
And like Merrick doesn't look worried or anything. He's just like, no one should overhear this.
Yeah. We can move to my suite and we can talk there.
Thank you.
All right. Cool. So the two of you, you know, you walk there. It, you know, takes you 5-10 minutes to sort of go up the several flights of stairs in order to get to the closer to the top deck where, you know, your guys' rooms are and Talon's room is. And eventually you'll get in and, you know, it's finely decorated.
I'm sure.
For the king, of course it has to be. And the two of you will kind of enter. He'll shut the door behind you and he'll say, all right, what's on your mind?
Well, I was curious since things seem to be coming to a head. All indications show that probably sometime in the next few weeks that green egg is going to hatch. What have you been thinking about doing about that?
Well, that is a very good question, one that I have been pondering for quite some time. And I did plan on speaking with you about that, actually. I think I have an idea that, well, I think it'll work. If you'd be willing to hear it out, I'm not sure if you had an idea as well.
I had thoughts, but I'm all for hearing your ideas first.
In the time that all of you have been away, Solara's reports about the emerald egg specifically have been illuminating. It says things to her about you, about sensing your emotions, what you're going through. I'm not even sure if you're aware of it, but it talks about a great deal of stress that it can feel that you've been under and how it wants to help. It seems as though that egg, that dragon...
Bless you.
Thank you. Has bonded with you already. I'm not sure how or why, but it has. So, here's my thought. When that egg hatches, and as you and and Solara both believe will be very soon, I'd like you to become that dragon's warden. It would become your ward, your responsibility. You would travel together, and it would become a part of the King's Hand. I think showing it working with the King's Hand to solve problems in Elendara could dissuade some of the unfortunate historical context surrounding it. Now, I don't want the dragon to seem solely yours, is my only concern. You would be its protector, you would be its caregiver, but it should be a part of the King's Hand. It should be another member, almost. For lack of a better term, a mascot, if you will. Could be a symbol. The past isn't something we try to bury or kill. It's something we can learn from, something we can grow from, adapt to. After all, your namesake, Merrick Emberlin, cared for dragons before the rebellion. He understood them in ways most people never could. And it seems like with this dragon, at least, you'll have a similar bond. That was my thought about what we could do.
I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea. The main thing I was going to say was I agreed that we needed to come out and make it public. The longer we hide it, the worse the response is going to be. And I know there are complications with coming out and acknowledging it, but they'll be there regardless of when it happens.
I do agree with
I'm sure
that.
Elendara will have a lot to say about it.
Elendara and Derek now, I think.
Yeah. I was wondering, what if we invited the Lady Paramount back to Crown's Rest to speak of her prophecy?
You see, his face kind of wrinkles for a moment and relaxes, and he says, I understand the idea, but and I know now there's no way to avoid it, that prophecy may be spread. But it seems as though the prophecy spoke of one who would bond with the dragon and ascend the throne. You see how that might become a conflict of interest with the King's Hand?
I suppose that's true.
I think enlisting the Lady Iridessa's help is a good idea. She is quite powerful and holds a great deal of sway, especially with those nobles who find themselves to be more religious-leaning, even outside of House Emberlin and its vassals. So, I think having her come and speak about the importance of the eggs, or if they've hatched by then, the dragons. But I don't know how keen I am on, as the crown, allowing her to spread the prophecy. I was never privy to what the prophecy of the Unity of Dawn was by the Church of Unity, but I could see how that could cause some conflicts there as well.
What if we at least... I know she's indebted to us, but... what if we had her see the eggs and she was able to speak to the dragon don't know, just it might help a little bit. I know that she's already in our debt, but I don't want her to feel like she just has to say it because she has to.
I like that idea quite a bit, actually. I know it opens us up to one more individual who knows about them, but very soon, everyone will. And she will be needed within Crown's Rest just a week or two after that for the blessings. So it gives her reason to be there without causing too much of a stir. That works out. All right.
I will say, though, before we go through this, I think, with your permission, I'd like to speak to my siblings and get their feelings on the matter.
I was just
Several
about to
of
say
them are
that.
still nervous about this whole thing. I don't know how
So.
comfortable they'll feel if that dragon comes with us, and admittedly it will put all of us in more danger.
Yes, that's true as well. Speak with them about it, and perhaps sometime before eventually we dock in Skyhaven, we can discuss it together as well, should we need to. I think it's an important conversation to have as a collective. But before we decide finally what to do about how we approach revealing it, I'd like to counsel to be there as well, and the new Sentinel to be a part of that decision also.
I'd like to speak to them first, if that's all right. There are other matters we need to speak of.
Of course. All right. I think it's a good plan, though. Speak with them, get their opinions, and we'll go from there.
Father, do you remember, Elam?
I do, yes. One of the few places in terms of your mentorship where your mother and I agreed on.
I thought he was very strange when I first met him, but I remember one time he was teaching me something, and in truth, I don't even remember what the lesson was. He taught me so many. But I remember I just couldn't understand the concepts that he was trying to say. He kept telling me to take these steps, and I couldn't see how it would lead to the result that he desired. And I grew frustrated, and I voiced it with him. And I remember he just looked at me and he told me that if I couldn't trust the lesson, I needed to ask myself if I trusted the source. I've been thinking about that since we spoke yesterday. I know you can't reveal everything to us, Father, but I trust you. That's enough for me to go off of.
I know it is very hard to trust in a situation like this and everything you all have to go through, but Merrick, my boy, you have no idea how much that means to me to hear. I promise you that when the time is right, when I can tell all of you why it has to be done this way, I will. Not a second longer will I wait. I swear to you that. But thank you.
I believe you. In the spirit of that honesty, there's two things I need to tell you, though, before we depart here.
All right. You see, he kind of winces, and you're not exactly sure why, but it seems like this is he's getting a little bit of deja vu. There's another conversation he had with his other son last night, and he's bracing himself. He's really hoping.
This is about Solara. Funny enough, it is. Anyways, before we left Crown's Rest, Solara and I had a lunch together, and we spoke of everything that was going on. She said that if I decided to give all of this up and leave it behind, she would come with me wherever I wanted to go. But I know that I can do good here. I know that I can, and I have to try. I owe it to myself in this kingdom to see it through. That said, you can't tell me of how complicated this situation is, but there's one thing I need to make clear. What you did to Edwin, I will not tolerate if you do it to me. If you bring up my childhood or any of the things that I went up when you and Mom, I'm sorry, I know you're the king, but I will not go through that again. Not for this.
I hear you, my son. I do. Opening that wound is not something I would do, period. But I would caution you to remember that there are those who exist in this kingdom that would seek to provoke you. And I do not want you to think, if that should happen, that those are my agents trying to test you. If something like that does happen, Merrick, let me put it this way. I will not use that as bait or fuel for a fire. But should someone else try to provoke you using it, I need you to try and let cooler heads prevail.
I understand. And I understand if even the council do what they need to do. But not you. That is the one thing I'm asking from you. Do not do that to me. If you give me your word on that, then that is enough for me.
And I promise you, I will not do that.
Very well. Now the harder one. When I was younger, did I ever drown?
You see, taken aback by the question, not that I know of, no. In fact, I mean, ever since you were little and you started swimming, you were always quite good at it. where where Edwin, even though he was born on an island nation, and the two of them were like dogs in the water, paddling or screaming to be taken out of it. You were always quick, like a little tadpole swimming throughout the water.
I assume no insight check necessary. I trust his words completely.
Yeah, passive insight there. You definitely believe him.
Okay. As I assume we filled him in on this because I don't see why we wouldn't have, but Merrick will if we didn't. But, we were attacked by Sanguine as we traveled across the sea. They seemed focused on me. They attacked others, but if any of them could get near me, they did. And at the end, there was one that was left, and it spoke. It said the song. It calls deep, deep down. The chains must be shattered by the drowned. The blood calls to the blood. Any sort of familiarity in Talon's eyes, or is he just like, what the fuck?
Make an insight check.
Oh, Jesus, I gotta make this one? Okay. No, he was so close to a 20, then it went to a 2.
Or, you can see it's more shock than anything else. As he listens and nods. I don't think off the top of my head right now, I can't recall anything like that.
Well, the captain...
It is strange.
Well, it gets stranger. The captain spoke to me of a sailor who went through something similar. Constant sanguine attacks. Couldn't even row out to fish without being jumped. I went to go speak to her to try and learn what was going on. She told me that as practically a newborn, she was thrown into the ocean to drown. She was barely saved in time and brought back. But from that day, the sea had claimed her. A child that was unwanted.
Well, Merrick, I can promise you that you were most definitely wanted. In fact, the day you were born, I think was one of the happiest days of mine and Sharn's life. I wish I knew more right now, my son, but I don't. Seems as though I might need to speak with your mother. It seems as though there may be things that I am not privy to from when you were at Kraken's Reach.
I'll be at the tournament.
Then I think that the two of us will need to have a conversation then.
Let me talk to her first.
All right. Definitely not against that.
I'm sorry, Father. Just this, the fighting, the dragon. It's just been a lot.
I know. I know the first few steps in any adventure, they are the tallest and they are the hardest to climb. But you grow...
Did yours start out similarly?
Did mine start out similarly? Well... Mine started out on the sea as well. Initially, it was just pirates. Swashbuckling tale. Initially, very, very easy, you know? A pirate here, a pirate there, fighting back and forth, swinging across on ropes, firing pistols, swinging rapiers, fencing, dueling, going port to port to port to port. That was easy, but that wasn't adventuring. That was a prince. A prince with a royal caravan and all the guards he could ever need. Now, it wasn't until I got to Mirios where I met Edwin's mother. That was where hard decisions needed to be made. You see, he gets lost for a moment in the memory. It's not until you say something that he kind of snaps back, and it's very strange because you've never seen him like that before.
Are you all right, Father?
I am. A lot of memories in Mirios. But Mirios, I had my share of trials as well. Choices I had to make, pain, suffering, and strife. But it made me the man I am today. And I like to think that my mother and your grandmother, for everything that she endured, everything she went through, and the amazing woman she was, she would be proud of who I am today. And I know these adventures, these missions, they put a lot of pressure on all of you. But I know they'll help you become the people you're destined to be. I know it.
Sorry, another weird insight question. When he says destined, does Merrick feel like he meant something in particular with that?
Make an insight check.
All right, cool. Aiming for more than a 2.
Aiming for more than a 2.
I hate myself.
You just had to fucking say something, didn't you?
I thought if I embraced it, it would reward me. It did not. It was like, it'd be funnier if you got the exact same thing. Not even lower, just the exact same number.
Yeah. You can't really tell, Merrick. What I'd say is that could very well be it. But also, Talon, he might be king, but he's an adventurer at heart, and he truly does believe in that sort of preordained destiny that heroes have, you know, to fight back against evil and to do good in the world. So you're not exactly sure if it's something bigger or if it's just kind of a throwaway, like, oh, it was my destiny to be a hero.
Yeah. All right. Well, I can't speak for everyone else, but I'll do everything I can to not let you down.
And I know you won't. I know it. Even when you feel like you have, I promise you, you won't.
Well, I need to go have a hopefully positive but probably uncomfortable conversation with my siblings.
Yes. Oh. Good luck. Do it now, or
Thanks.
maybe wait until
Uh,
after dinner when their bellies are full. Might be more agreeable then.
yeah, it gives me some time to figure out what I want to say too. Exactly.
Conversation like that need to go into it with some strategy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go write some things down. Wish me luck.
I will wish you luck, and I'll do you one better. I find that when I'm drafting addresses or plans for communication with those individuals that I work with in court that are quite difficult to work with, a glass of vintage goes quite some way. And he kind of looks, he rounds a corner, and he comes back with a bottle of wine. And he says, small glass, this is strong stuff. I got it when I was traveling the Peonia, all of the city-states. This one is from your grandmother's home. Not my mother, but Sharn's.
Oh.
Great warriors, and they make a mean wine. So, here, have a glass.
Not surprised.
Definitely not one I'll go back to anytime soon, but glad I got it when I was there.
Thank you, Father.
Of course. All right. Get out of here before somebody thinks I'm promising you the crown out of spite of your siblings or something. I don't know.
Will do. Merrick will depart.
All right, fantastic. Sounds good. Merrick, you
Oh, hey,
depart?
Garth. No, he didn't give me the crown. No, that's not what this was.
Wait, huh?
Garth, no. Stop.
All right. So, Merrick, you head back to your room, and you begin. You crack open the bottle and have a small little glass.
He sure does.
Yep.
He might have two.
Yeah. Oh God, what the hell am I gonna say? All right.
That page is blank for some time. Is all I'll say.
SpongeBob.
Super fancy written.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Well, as Merrick heads into his room, getting there, about 1 after his conversation with Talon, for the rest of you, you have the rest of today and part of tomorrow before you arrive in Arkenvale. Anything in particular anybody would like to do?
Yes.
Kaylin, what is it you'd like to do?
What time of it? Slash, is it still the first day?
Yes, actually, I do need to change this. Miss Timekeeper, if you'd like to denote that this is currently October 8th, is the day that you leave the airship. And it's currently, I'd say 2 o'clock.
2 p.m. That's when we're departing.
You left in the morning, and right now it's in the afternoon. So you left at like 6 a.m.
Okay. Sure. I think as before dinner, this is the kind of evening we'll go on. Kaylin is gonna go find Xanthi.
And where would Xanthi be on this fine vessel?
I imagine at this time, she's spent like the whole morning in the bathhouse, really relaxed, nice and soaked, just like preening herself, feeling rejuvenated. And she's just gotten back to her little room, probably laid out some plans and stuff to make sure that everything with the festival's gonna go well, that she's on top of what all the events and all that will be. And just sitting there really in her element, just really vibing out.
Great. Kaylin knocks on the door.
Enter.
Yeah, Kaylin
Still
will
just
open
staying
the
at a
door.
little desk.
I think it's well overdue we have a conversation.
Well, unexpected, I admit.
Well, I figured you weren't going to initiate it.
Well, what exactly is it that you want to talk about, Kaylin?
I would say a few things, but I guess the first is... And she's gonna close the door behind her. Why are you so full of spite?
I'm sorry.
No, you heard me. Why are you so full of spite and hatred for me?
Well, I would say it's less a hatred towards you. You are my family, after all. It's more so the way you carry yourself, Caitlin. Should you wish to know.
Why? Because it's so different from the way you carry yourself?
Because you are meant to be a Darien. You are of House Falcrest. And yet, you do not seem to care for any of it. You do not like to be referred to as a princess. You do not like to really acknowledge our father is your father too. You wish to only hold on to your, well, everything from the Serpent's Grove. You do not care for any of what this is. And kind of just like gesturing like outwards. And that is why. It's unbecoming.
So because I've decided to pave my own path and stay true to a part of me that is very special, and a part of what all of this is, you treat me like I'm beneath you. And that is justifiable to you.
I don't care if you want to keep your relations to the Serpent's Grove. What I care about is that you trying to then use that to inflict whatever it is upon Adaria as well. We have our standards, we have our traditions. I'm not asking you to change yours simply to respect ours. I think it's been more than clear as we've been traveling as Hand that we do not have the respect that our house ought to have. We do not have the command or unity that we ought to have as the crowned house. And I think your insistence on tearing away from that only harms it. We don't need any dealings with the occult things that the Serpent's Grove does. We have a responsibility, a standard to uphold, even if you do not care for it.
I'm not going to change who I am or what I stand for to fit your narrative or your box. I'm not going to check all of those off for you, Xanthi. At the end of the day, I want the same thing you do. But how I go about it might be different. But what you forget is that the Serpent's Grove has always been here. It has always been a part of this kingdom, whether you like it or not. And just because you're afraid of what you don't know, doesn't mean it's wrong.
It's not a fear, Caleb. Like I said, I do not care for what the Serpent's Grove does. As for them being part of Adaria, I think we all know that that is more of an asterisk, if anything. Because you, as it, hasn't wanted to engage with anything, intent on keeping to their own little grove. They don't participate, they do not respect the laws. They wish to only maintain their own.
It is because the people here have outcast them and are so fearful of them.
They outcast themselves, Kaelin.
How would
All
you
of
know?
the houses have their own ideas or their own ideals, and they exert rules in their own territories how they see fit. That has never
How
been an issue,
would you know?
because I see it.
Have
the
you gone
last
there?
time that the Serpent's Grove has contributed anything to Elendara. Aside from raiding, well, farmland that is nearby to them.
Those are not the same people, Xanthe. You and I both know that.
They are from the Serpent's Grove, are they not?
Do you know how many raiders and thieves and assassins come from our very own halls?
And if only we had the unity amongst us to stop that.
If only we had the compassion to open our doors to those who need our help. Listen, I'm not coming here to debate politics with you because you refuse to accept whenever you're wrong, because in your little mind, you're always right. And it's infuriating because you are not always right.
And you
But
are,
what I did
assume?
come... No. I'm not.
Could have fooled
At
me.
least I can admit that. What I came here for was two things. One, clearly, this isn't fixing anything. But at least I can agree to not repeat what has happened publicly to appease Talon. That doesn't mean I'm going to just agree with everything you say. But I can admit when I have made a mistake and allowing my temper to get the best of me. And I just come to you to ask on amicable terms for you and I both to be aware of that going forward in the future.
Noted.
Great. The second thing is I think you owe me an apology.
For what?
Because I do deserve to be born, Xanthe. I don't care how much you dislike me. I don't care how much you hate me. I'm still a part of this family. And I deserve to be here. Every much as you do. We don't have to like each other, we don't have to get along, but we will be civil. And you will apologize.
You can see, like, as soon as, like, you brought that up, she kind of, like, had stiffened, you know, I admit, it was not my greatest moment in saying that, Caitlin. And I apologize that it has affected you as it has. I think, if anything, you must realize the reason I insist on you having some kind of respect towards Adarian values and traditions is because you are a part of this family. And that is why it is important that you acknowledge that since Father has decided to legitimize you, that you are a princess of this kingdom, that he is indeed your father, things that you are always so obstinate against to saying. Those are not where I take issue. It is not your being. It is not who you are. It is what you do, Caleb.
You can see she looks at you for a really long time. She's trying to read.
Because I do believe, initially, you could have been a good asset for this family to have. It's unfortunate the poor relations that Adaria has with the Serpent's Grove. You could have mended that, instead of creating your own friction of Adaria with the nobles, with all of it. least, I think you started out when you were younger with a greater openness to it. I found something when we were going through our old rooms in Skyhaven. And she's just gonna pull out that necklace that Kaylin made for her fucking years ago when she first came to the keep. And she's just gonna toss it Kaylin's way.
Kaylin will catch it.
Hell yeah. Coordination. You used to be willing to offer this kingdom something. Now you wish to only take from it. Be nice to see that little girl back.
Kind of holds it in her hand. I don't know what happened to you, Xanthi. I don't know who or what hurt you so badly. But I'm sorry for it. And I mean that. Because the little girl who gave this to you was giving it to another young woman who wasn't so angry at the world. Wasn't so full of hate.
I do not need your sympathies as a wounded thing, Kaylin.
No, I didn't think you would want it. It's okay, Xanthi, to be broken. It's okay to be hurting. But I know that you are just too arrogant to see the pieces in front of you. And it is not my job to pick them up for you. I appreciate you being willing to have this conversation.
Of course.
Kaylin is gonna kind of hold on to the necklace and she's gonna leave.
Okay.
Sorry, my cat knocked over a bunch of shit in the middle of that. Big apologies.
Couldn't tell.
Didn't hear it.
Yep.
Oh, you didn't? I saw the thing
Nope.
light up as soon as it fell, and I was like, motherfucker.
no, I couldn't even tell.
Kaylin's gonna leave. And now she closes the door behind her. She's gonna hold on to the necklace, and she's just... If smoke could come out of someone's ears, it would be. And she's gonna go back to her room.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Fantastic. So we'll say that from there, another hour passes. Via, what are you up to in the time that you have been on the ship?
Yeah, I imagine that she is kind of taking the opportunity to have the access to this library. I'm sure it's not the biggest library she's ever been to, but she'd be spending some time in there, just kind of, I think, studying up on some politics and history. I think inspired by what she discovered with the like edicts kind of thing. Kind of like, okay, what else can we learn about everything? But that, you know, besides that, I think she would at some point today also like to talk to Father. But he's a busy man, so...
Well, as Octavia, you are within the library. Like I said, it's pretty small.
Yeah.
Nowhere near as grandiose as Arkenvale or even the Archmage's library. However, it is sizable. It's decent. It has a good bit of books. But as you are looking through the collections, you find that there's one sort of nook of this small library that holds texts and scrolls that are not native to Adaria, but to Elysia. And as you just kind of, curiosity piqued, you just kind of look through one. This is a whole bunch of poetry books and scrolls of poetry and short stories of various Elysian and some stories dating back even further to a far off, long dead land by the name of Thrall. So many stories. And as you're sort of looking through and doing a bit of reading, I'd say after a bit, maybe 30, 45 minutes, you hear, as you're in the middle of one of the short stories about, some guy fighting, a giant lion with a pelt strong as steel. You hear your father. Ah, Octavia, I was hoping I'd find you here.
Well, if it's not my room, it's the library, right?
Exactly. I wasn't sure if you were aware of this section on the airship. I had it made when your mother first came to Adaria. I'm hoping that whenever we'd travel, that stories from home would provide her a little bit of comfort.
No, I just found it actually. That's nice of you. I hope she did get some joy out of it.
She did. Your mother, she was quiet, but she was always very appreciative of everything I tried to do to make life just a little better for her here in Adaria. But there was something else I wanted to talk to you about, something I'd heard about in Faithspire.
Yeah, there's something I would like to talk to you about too, but you can go first.
It might be the same thing.
Possibly.
There were whispers about something that happened as the ship was coming into dock in Faithspire.
Mm-hmm.
About some arcane anomaly that was centered around one of the heirs.
Well, I guess if you were to deduce it, that would sound like me, right?
I know we haven't ever talked about those intense surges of magic you've experienced.
You can call them what they are, Dad.
Well, as of right now, I'm not sure, which is what I wanted to ask about. I wanted to know what happened from your perspective, what you saw, what you think happened.
Yeah. So I was hearing something. I was hearing originally you and Mom. And so I ran up and I started seeing a vision of her having a vision. And I do remember a prophecy. Beneath the ashen skies of a breaking world, a child of light and storm shall ascend the seat of power. With hands of light, she shall hold the line. Against the dragon's breath, the crimson flood, the endless frost, the serpent's coil, and the march of divine steel. Her path will be written in dreams of the faithful, seen by those who wander the veil of sleep, To her they will call the dreamer of salvation, the shield against ruin, her throne not of inheritance, but chosen fate, unyielding in its truth. So, and I mean, for me, what I saw was mostly just the vision of mom having a vision, and then like my brain kind of just like full focus on those words. Everything else that happened, I don't know. You might have to ask the Sibs for details about what went on around me.
Whatever transpired afterwards has little to no impact on what I need to say to you.
Right, because Mike, you say what you're gonna say.
Your mother experienced a vision in the same place.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
She never told me the prophecy in its entirety that she experienced, and I dare not speak those words now, the little pieces of them that I do know. I made a promise to her that I would not speak of what she heard.
Why?
When it happened, things between your mother and I had been good. She missed home, and how could you not? But she was growing to like Adaria. Crown's Rest and Dragon's End are marvels in their own. Faith Spire is a beautiful city, especially the inner island. There is beauty in Adaria. It's simple, more rustic than Elysia, but it's still beautiful, and I think she was starting to see that. But after the vision, she grew so distant and cold. And she told me that vision is why she needed to return home. It's why she needed to leave. Something
What
about...
did she see that would mean that?
I don't think it's necessarily what she saw. I tried to do research. I tried to have Davian look into anything, but he couldn't find anything other than the people of Elysia are very particular about prophecies. There is the Oracle of Mithera, the only diviner in all of Elysia. And other prophets of that land, they go to her, they learn from her, I suppose, and they become servants of that temple. And sometimes it is not by choice, is what Davian discovered. I had hoped that your visions were that it was just divining. The same that the professors and students do at Arkenvale. Small things of weal and woe, or glimpses of 5-10 minutes from now. This that you tell me is a true prophecy. And my fear is that if anyone from Elysia discovers that they might try and convince you to leave, or they might try and take you. And Octavia, I will not let anyone take you. I would rather plunge Adaria and Elysia into war than allow them to take my daughter from me.
What are you taking? I guess I don't understand. Like, would I be trapped there? Like...
Davian, he couldn't discover much. It's the information is quite restricted in Elysia, what they let out and who they let in. But the mages of Elysia are quite powerful, especially those that serve the Oracle. I don't think that they would throw you in chains, but I think that they would make it seem like it was the only option. But that's conjecture. I don't know for certain.
Why didn't Mom ever talk about... Why did she... I don't understand. Why did the fact that did she regularly have visions, or was that...
No. It was the one prophecy.
I don't understand still.
I don't fully either. My point, though, is, Octavia, it's a skill. It is a tool to be used to help the King's Hand, to help our kingdom. And for too long, I've tried to stop you from using your talents, and that was wrong of me. I tried to ignore it out of fear that you would leave. Same as your mother. My only request is that you be careful with who you share that information with. Your professors knew that you could divine, yes, but nothing like this.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. It's just kind of, hard to understand still, and I don't know how I feel about this.
And
I understand what you're saying about being careful who I share this with, but it just happens sometimes, Dad. Like, I can't just stop it all the time. I haven't had any training, really, not to the degree that I need. And I talked with your archmage, actually. She was going to help me get someone to guide me.
well, if anyone would know the right person to go to, it would be Morgana. When we return to Crown's Rest, I'll speak with her on this and see who she has in mind, and ensure that we can trust them with this information. I want you to know, Octavia, that I am sorry if I made you feel ashamed or negative about your own talents. I should never have done that. I was just afraid I'd lose you.
I understand. I just don't understand still everything about Elysia. Why they would take claim. Why isn't Mom helping communicate anything to me or you? That's incredibly frustrating. Like, this is my life.
It is.
I should be allowed to know what my options are, and why my mom's not here. And especially if it has to do with me.
You're right. You're right. But I don't want you to think negatively of your mother for this.
Too late for that. Too many years too late.
The world we live in, there are so many forces at play. Octavia, things we can't always control.
Just tell me then. Talk to me. I'm a human. It's about me. I hate all the stupid secrets and everyone's fighting all the time and no one wants to just like fucking talk about what's actually going on. Apparently, we have to go, "Oh, mom has to leave because of me." Don't know why. Just gonna sit here and wonder for fucking 19 years. It's cool. It's cool. And you only have so much information.
You can see Talon, he's hurt, but not by the words that you said, by the state that you're in. You know, he is sad and upset to see you in this way. And I think he would move closer to you, Via, and I think he would give you a hug.
Yeah, she'll take the hug, but she's like not even like crying. She's just like in this shocked, kind of upset state where she's like, I don't even know what to do with this information and lack of information at the same time.
Yeah. As he's sort of holding you, he'll say, "I promise you that we will work through this together." And he'll kind of pull away, like one hand on your shoulder, one hand on your cheek, and say, I know that all of this is a great deal of weight to put on your shoulders, Octavia. But I'm done trying to avoid a problem. Pretend it's not there. I'm here to help you, all right? I promise. Everything in my power. Everything I can do. I'll do it.
I know. And I have felt that. It's just hard.
It is. You know, my mother, your grandmother, the titan of a woman that she was. She could move mountains. She was the type of person that she could make you see the way the world could be, in spite of the way that it was. But sometimes, as a boy, as a teen, when I was with her, I felt alone. A woman like that, she didn't feel like my mom most of the time. She felt like Queen Elendara, savior of Elendara. I'm sorry if, in these past years, that it's felt like Queen Cersei and King Talon.
No. It's felt like Arkenvale. And Fiddle and Poppy and Isadora. It definitely didn't feel like Princess Via. Just student Via.
Well, Princess Octavia of the King's Hand, I have a feeling that very soon that feeling is going to change.
I know. And I don't care what Alicia's traditions are. The last thing I want to do is be told what to do for the rest of my life. So, if they find out, that's their own problem to deal with.
All right. And I will hold you to that.
You don't have to hold me to anything. I mean it, Dad. No one can boss me around like that. I guess the king can.
Well,
but
even
you
with
don't,
me,
so that's cool.
there were moments.
Yeah. I need to.
Yes, please, do what you need to do in here. I will leave you to it. And if there's anything, Octavia, I'm here, all right?
Thank you.
And with that, he will give you one more hug, and then he will leave the library, leaving you by yourself.
Yeah, whatever book she was reading about Alicia, she's going to start ripping out the pages very angrily. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
And I think she's just gonna let that be kind of destroyed and pick up Fiddle and maybe go, I don't know, she's gonna go try and distract her in a different way, like, because she knows, like, if she stays here, she's not gonna be productive in that area. So maybe just goes back to her room.
Sounds good. So yeah, you and Fiddle, you head back to your room. You sort of lay down in your bed, maybe scream into your pillow.
Yeah, yeah, probably. Because I was like, oh, maybe we should go scream at the deck. But I'm like, that's a little too in everyone's face.
A guy messing with the rigging. What the hell?
Literally.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll be productive after she kind of starts to process all of that.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So via you work on sort of decompartmentalizing that a little bit. And then eventually you start to be a little productive and start to work on something else. With that, we get to about 5 o'clock, an hour before dinner. But before we get to that and whatever is next, we're going to take a quick break. So we will be back at 45, 5-minute break, very short. BRB. You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. Tits, no! You find pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first.
There is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you. And you find that forward camp. Tits, no!
I don't even
matter.
need it. Fuck off. Get
Get
fucked.
fucked.
What?
Nice seconds level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
Breeze it up,
Deepest fucking
breeze it
breath
up. There
you've
you
ever
go. Yeah,
breathed.
Xanthi, you can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place. But through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says, "That's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive." All right.
Everything is fine.
Make a deception
I
check.
promise.
Make a deception
Say
check.
that.
Kaylin
what
is
she can do about it.
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosal, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing her temples.
Oh, no!
no.
You see, she just kind of stares at you for a moment, and she whispers very low, "Is there someone
No, no. It's just us. There was much to discuss.
12.
12, that just hits. Well, wait. Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover bonus.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her
He is a
hands.
murderer.
Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
Via might
she's
have the
got-
highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
so.
You got double the kills of anybody.
Oh
so
my
far.
god! Yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Kaylin's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Kaylin's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is gonna move. That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvis Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good.
Still out there.
All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
All right.
remnant of the past
Yes.
campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I would be like,
Somehow, Solvis Emerald returned.
We've played these games
We
before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put a-
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a D10.
Whoa.
Via can't stop killing.
I
Yeah.
know. I know.
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are barely telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
He's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
sending her
I
up
don't
for
want
that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm
God.
just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you know, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Gravana Windmere, who is an elf who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay,
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
because I had to listen. It's across
Did
the
you wash
hall.
your hands?
It's, yes, I did. My hands
on
are
the way there and all the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay. We're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Eric's not.
Well, yeah, we don't have Ryan now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Save for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my god.
Kobe. Blocking the road, don't move. You can see. Hello, everybody, and we're back. Let's go ahead and dive right back in. Picking up where we left off, our party had finally left Faithspire, headed up and away, south towards Arkenvale, and then back north towards Skyhaven, in preparation of the festival for choosing the new Sentinel of Adarian. Something that, although the king will be present, it'll still be up to the king's hand to choose the most suitable person to fill the role. So let's go ahead and pick up right where we left off. Some conversations had been had between Merrick and Talon, as well as Via and Talon, and one very tense conversation between Xanthi and Kaelin. As all of those conversations sort of come to a head and then eventually sort of fade away, we eventually get to dinner time. So, at around 5-6 o'clock, eventually all of you, as well as Talon and Lord Regent Gareth, are called into the private, dining hall, which is an area that can accommodate up to 12. So it could accommodate, the council and some other nobles, or any combination of 12 individuals. So let me go ahead and move all of you. So very nice, very finely decorated. You can see there is this large window off to the side, so you can see the panorama of the sun setting as you are heading south down towards Arkenvale. So all of you sit, you prepare for your meals, and some light small talk is had otherwise. I don't know if there was any conversations anybody wanted to have collectively as a group in front of Talon and Gareth, or, Ryan, I don't know if you wanted to wait until after dinner to speak with just the siblings.
I think this is a better just the siblings talk, because don't know how it's gonna go. And Dad said, keep arguments behind closed doors, and damn it, we're gonna listen to that one.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, some light small talk is had. This is just a very simple 3-course meal. A little bit of a soup, a little bit of a main entree. Everything is a lot more simple, right? It's some roasted vegetables, some a nice smaller cut of meat, and then eventually for dessert you are served these like sweet frosted pastries. Not fish once again. No, in fact, you are fed birds of flight. So there's some it's thematic. There's some I don't know.
Seagulls.
Seagull. Yeah, sure. Seagull meat. Sounds delicious.
Chicken?
Chicken?
No.
Duck
Chickens don't
goose?
exist in Adaria.
Ooh, yeah, it's duck. That's
Duck sounds really good right
That's
now.
the royal shit. We should have
Hey,
swan.
there we go.
Oh, swan. Yeah.
Swans are assholes.
wrong.
all right. So, as long as it's not hawk, that's the only thing that it cannot be. That is the burb of House Forrester. So, all of you sit down for dinner. Lots of good small talk, lots of chit-chatting. Does anybody have anything in particular?
Nope. Oh.
Nothing's going on here. Don't worry about it. My rabbit did not knock over the light. That never happened.
I thought you were getting attacked by a Jedi.
Yeah, there was Mace Windu, and then they're swinging at you.
Tiffany just knocked it over. It's fine. We're fine.
We are okay. All
I'm
right.
gonna actually try and make it more secure. Give me a second.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So if there are no conversations that need to be had, you eat. Eventually, you finish out dessert. And Merrick, Talon will kind of look to you, and you kind of have like a non-verbal thing where he's like, "Do you want the room?"
Merrick will non-verbally say, "Yeah, that'd be
Okay,
great."
awesome. So Talon, as he finishes eating, and Lord Gareth finishes eating, Lord Gareth, he says, "I have to say, it is always a pleasure to fly on Elendara's promise. I don't know if it's the accommodations or the chef that stays on board, but the food I tend to prefer to the keeps." Yes, I agree, Lord Gareth. Why don't you and I depart? I think the King's Hand has a few private matters they'd like to discuss before arriving in Skyhaven, and there is one thing I wanted to speak with you about, Lord Gareth. So, if we would like to move to another room, I think we can give them the dining hall. Yes, well, very good, very good. Enjoy the privacy, my princes and princesses, and I will speak with you in the morning. Good evening and good night to all of you. As Lord Gareth will stand once again, like, the ceilings are pretty tall here, but there's maybe a foot gap between his head and the ceiling. Tall bird man, tall Alan. But him and Talon will leave. And leave all of you in the dining hall to yourselves.
Merrick will stand up. None of you have any business you needed to take care of. I was hoping we could all speak, if you all can afford the time. He'll kind of look around to see if there is any issues, because he knows he is kind of springing this on everyone.
Not Kaylin, stay seated.
Step away.
I know I don't need to say it, but I think it's obvious to everyone that what we've been doing so far as the King's Hand, as a group for ourselves, it's not working so far. I think we need to try a new strategy, so I'm hoping we can all talk and we can have a very honest conversation and get somewhere, at least. I don't know what's going to be said. Let's just try to let people say what they need to say. I have a bit myself, but I'd like to hear from all of you first. I just want to know, like Dad said, we don't have to like or love each other. It'd be great if we did, but maybe we're not there yet. Maybe we never will be. I don't know. But today we need to figure out how to at least move forward. So I just need to know, what do each of you need? Not what do you want, not the ideal scenario, but from everyone else in this room, what do you need from the rest of us to just be okay, at least?
Well, I'll say at least, I just want everyone to be happy and to get along. A simple request, I think.
Is that Edwin?
Yeah.
Sorry, for a second I was like, who the fuck else is in this room?
I was also confused.
Get out!
It's always there.
It's the guy, like, awkwardly cleaning up the dessert plates. Like, oh shit. Oh, God. I'm okay. Get out.
And Edwin will elect to talk about that more specifically later.
I was going to bring that up, that this is something I want to wrap back around to, because I want John to be able to say it.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
I know there's a lot going on rapidly, so I didn't want to delay
Kaylin
it.
will speak up. And she'll say a conversation that I've already addressed with Xanthi privately, but I feel as though could be said aloud to everyone at this table, is just a form of being civil, which is something I understand I have also been at fault. But a mutual respect, an understanding that not everybody is going to agree on every decision. It is our reactions to it that make the difference.
Kaylin, can I ask you something on that?
Go ahead.
I'm not questioning what you say. I'm just asking for my own sake, and I hope I'm not offending. I was surprised when you opened up to Talon yesterday saying that you just felt like you were hated for everything you said and you did. I can partially understand it. And I'm only going to ask for myself, but have I done something to make you feel that way?
It is a collective feeling, Merrick. It's not always necessarily what people do, it's sometimes what people don't do, what they don't say, when they don't speak up, when they don't stand up for others. But what I said was not to not throw myself a pity party. It was just to be honest on how I felt. Sometimes I feel as though if I produce an opinion, it is treated as though I do not know what I am talking about, or it is entirely wrong and there is no other option but the other option, rather than a conversation. There's no one person, it is just a collective feeling. You can tell she's trying really hard to be civil.
Diplomatic?
Yes.
Merrick will kind of give a nod. Well, I'm sorry for any part I played in that. Is there anything else that you feel you need, or is that all you need?
All I need is for us all to be respectful towards each other, myself included. And just to be civil, myself included.
See, Merrick has a piece of paper in front of him, and he kind of makes a quick note to himself. Okay. Via Xanthi, do either of you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I think we are moving towards this, but it could be a mentality thing as well, just to kind of bring up and be a little bit more direct. But obviously, you know, we're all trying to work together better now. But I do think that a number of people, not necessarily everybody, but some people act more like an heir trying to guide the king's hand rather than a member of the king's hand. Like, with the mentality of, because I will be on the throne one day, this is what I think we should do, rather than how can we actually better the community or make the best decision together. And I do think that has affected not just our infighting, but also the people. So I think if we all kind of look in the mirror and just be like, all right, is this decision that I'm pushing towards a manipulation tactic to benefit me, or because I genuinely believe in it? If that makes sense.
I have to admit, I haven't really been thinking about things like that, so it's interesting to hear you say that. I'm not disagreeing with you, I haven't been thinking about it, I guess.
And you know, I might be wrong, but that's just what I personally have been feeling, is that we're a group of heirs. Like, it's like a bunch of I's and we need more we's. Wee.
Thanks, Wisp. Is there anything you'd like to share, Xanthi?
You know, maybe it is just me, but I feel like this is a whole lot of deja vu from a conversation we had on a seafaring ship not too long ago. I believe we talked then about being on the same page, about working as a hand. These are all points that we've already addressed, and obviously have not been met. So what I need is for that to actually start happening. And for not people to be obstinate against working for it, wanting to keep things wholly to themselves. She gives like Marek very big up and down there. We need to start acting as a hand. We all agree in this. And that means we do what needs to be done, not what we want to be done. We'll have our little desires, our little beliefs about how things should be. But we operate as the crown. As what that needs. As what the kingdoms need.
Anything else?
Well, as much as I know you all have your little objections towards it, this festival, I think, especially needs to be, well, something that is run right. That we cannot have any bickering about. It is a festival for the security, for the safety of Elendara. And that must come first. I think, if anything, that is a time especially in which, if there's any disagreement, it must be done behind closed doors, if at all. And Father has asked me to run it. It's what I've been doing for years. I know how these things work, and I ask that you all acknowledge that at the very least.
I can do that, Xanthi. There's something I will need you to acknowledge in return, though. I need you to acknowledge that there is a chance that you are not named heir one day.
That is what this hand is about, yes? Test for each of us.
My mother came and visited me in Crown's Rest, Xanthi. That's what my meeting was about.
It wasn't too difficult to say, now was it? Thank you, Marek.
In the sake of honesty, I have one question for you. Because I just need to hear you say it one more time. Is there anything about your history with Kester that you're not telling us?
He worked under me. We went on a mission, and that got him disbanded. There's nothing else more that you need to know.
I got no fancy way of saying it, Gemma. Do I believe you?
I mean, fuck it, give me a check. I want to be this one. I'm the DM now.
All right,
Haha,
cool.
roll dice.
I'll do it.
Here you go. I'll take the. There you go.
Thank you, I'll take that.
Ooh.
Wow. Ah.
Oh my god.
0 for 3 on insight checks. That's tough.
Anyway,
2,
sucks to
2, and
suck, I
1.
guess.
That's so fucking cool.
Yeah, it is what it is, brother. Wait, can I keep being a DM?
Sure. Yeah, go for it. This is...
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
Just because
Yes.
it's being brought up. Real question, because I think it might only be Kaylin, because I think she has the highest passive insight. What's that at?
I think it's Edwin and Merrick.
really?
Passive
Insight?
insight is 13 right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was getting my perception. I still have a 12, but yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that's
You're
what I was
right.
thinking.
13.
10.
I was looking at passive perception. Whoops.
Oh, she's eyeballing her. What do my eyeballs see?
Yeah, fuck it, Kaylin
My
can see there's a little more to it.
eyeballs.
Have that. Mwah. Gift.
Oh, that's just it. Okay.
Ooh. Edwin's is 14.
There's a twinge of annoyance of having to talk about that, but you can tell that it's not annoyance about Marek asking. It is annoyance towards the situation itself. Okay, I'm done being the DM.
Hey.
Have your hat back.
Thank you.
Merrick kind of nods. Fair enough. I just have to say that you're right. We had this conversation before about no secrets, and even learning after Kester had something to do with endangering Edwin's family, you went and met with him behind our backs. You talked about us afterwards, sure, but you didn't involve us in the first time.
Must I inform you of all my whereabouts and doings?
If it involves making sure Edwin's family is okay, yeah, I think we should be honest with each other.
Wasn't relevant for that. And it was something
let
I was
us
going to
decide
tell
that.
about you anyways. I was the one that brought it up. Do you not remember?
Again, Xanthi, you can't just decide for yourself what's relevant. I don't feel like me talking to my mother was that relevant, but you decided it was. It can't work both ways. Either we share everything, or we don't.
And again, I did share it. There was no reason,
Afterwards.
there was no questioning. Again, there are things that need to happen at specific times. We cannot have a meeting every single time we do anything, otherwise we will get nothing done.
Like how you
Perhaps that's
signed
another thing I
contracts without
asked.
us being aware of it.
Perhaps we should have a little more trust in what each other are doing.
You didn't trust
Again, we
me.
should not have to ask for permission for everything we do.
Why do the rules apply to everyone else and not you, Xanthi?
That is not what I'm saying, Marek.
It very much comes across that way.
But I'm sorry you were seeing the situation wrong.
Xanthi, you are not always right. Merrick's right. If we are going to work together and get through this, it's all or nothing. One person can't be exempt from this. From this point forward, there are no secrets amongst any of us. From this point forward, if any business has to do with the King's Hand, whether we deem it relevant or not, we need to all be aware. And we need to all be together to make that decision. Moving forward, what's happened in the past will stay in the past. There's no point in arguing over it now. Can we agree to move forward with that understanding? Everyone.
Please.
Did Xanthi say
Yeah.
something?
Oh, did it not come through?
You went.
No, you
it,
looked muted.
it showed a mute on your screen for a second.
Oh yeah, I muted myself to cough, but
Oh,
she just
we
said
didn't-
please.
I heard like G. Okay, please.
Please, as in, she agrees? Sorry, can you clarify that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like as soon as she said, yeah, just like let things go in the past and like move on from everything. That's what she was like, yeah, please.
Okay.
Glances over to Via to see if she's in agreement with that, because Via's been kind of quiet.
Yeah,
Wisp?
I mean, I agree, but we're also people at the end of the day, you know? I think we just need to be all of us need to be a lot more forgiving and stop keeping tabs and a score. Because this is nauseating, guys. Come on. We all kind of suck. We've all made bad decisions. No one here is God. So, we're probably gonna fuck up again in the future, and we shouldn't be keeping score. Let's just do our best to help the people out, okay? Can we at least agree on that? That this isn't actually about us? It's not, even if it is a test, whether that's true or not, can we stop thinking about us? It's sickening. I'm tired of it. Because we're affecting real people's lives. So I don't care who's talking to who, as long as we can work together and come together. Gosh, that's all I had to say.
Then it's decided. With that in mind, there are some things I need to share. Everything with the Lady Paramount, to be frank, went to hell after I rejoined up with you. I was never able to tell you what I learned from visiting that sailor. And for the sake of brevity, Merrick will recount the conversation that pretty much he had with Talon, basically about just how she very much at least believes that, you know, Merrick was drowned as a kid, and basically the sea sort of has a claim on him, or the Sanguine do at least. She said it started simple at first, but she can't go anywhere near the water now.
So does that mean we're going to have to avoid any ship travel then?
I mean, immediately, no. But there's no predicting when it will happen again.
Is this something your mother would know more about?
I don't know. I'm hoping, because if she doesn't, then something doesn't make sense. I was planning on speaking with her since she was going to be at Skyhaven for the festival anyway.
Surely there has to be some explanation to it. You can't just avoid water your entire life. That's preposterous.
Not if we keep this baller airship, guys. Sorry. Yeah, serious stuff.
You're okay, Wisp. I needed the laugh.
I think you should speak to her as soon as possible. She has to know something. It's not... I don't know. this is far too dangerous for her to just have no knowledge of. Or someone in that side of the family.
Yeah. I'm just not looking forward to whatever the answer is.
Maybe it was some mistake. Or accident of some sort.
Yeah, that'd be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry, Mary.
Sorry, just... It's like I told Father, just the fighting that this dragon, it's just... I've had a lot in my mind lately.
I don't know how to
Less.
ask this with any sense of grace, Marek.
Then just
But-
ask it.
Do you think it could have been intentional? Not in the sense of, well, being an unwanted child. I think that'd be a hard case to argue. But if it gives you some, connection to these things, perhaps there is some kind of use in it.
A use in what way?
I don't know, but you are connected to creatures that are in the strait. Could be more than just the Sahagwin, maybe.
You
This
think
is
the
all
connection-
conjecture. I
Oh,
do
you
not
think
know
that-
anything more.
I hadn't considered it, though, that the connection to the dragon and the Sanguine are connected.
That wasn't entirely where I was going with it, but
Oh, that's exactly where I thought you were going. My bad. What were you saying?
that you have a connection to these things. The strait is known to be a dangerous place with dangerous creatures, and you are connected to it. Perhaps in a way that could then be used as a tool. Maybe drowning you in a contained scenario was a way of unwaking it somehow.
Sorry, I just don't even know what to say to that.
Well, I
Maybe.
think if there's anything about House Valtaris, they would use a tool like that. Which, hopefully, your mother can elucidate more about. If not, perhaps your grandfather.
Did Garen say he was coming too, or was it just Sharn coming? I don't remember, Joe.
Sharn said that she would be coming. Garen was kind of left up in the air. You weren't exactly sure.
Got it. Well, my mother will definitely be at the festival, barring something happening. My grandfather may be, but he is busy, so I do not know. But whatever is said, I'll let y'all know. Last thing, Father and I spoke earlier about what he thinks we should do with the dragon once it's hatched. And again, sake of brevity, same exact conversation. You know, he
Does he
wants the
tell
dragon to
us?
come with us.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. If you told us what Talon said about it.
Yeah, I'm just, you know,
Yeah.
for the sake of time, yeah, he basically repeats it. But yeah, he wants the dragon to come with us. Show the people that they don't need to fear it. Was that what Kaylin actually did?
No, that was Kayla because
Okay,
that's
I was like,
oh well, Kaylin says. I truthfully think it's a great idea, but I think there's going to need to be some caveats to it. There are some places that might not be in. It's going to put us in more danger, surely, but I feel as though some places will be more receptive than others. It is a shapeshifter, right? Perhaps in places we don't deem safe or necessary, it can change its form into a different creature to not get us attacked on sight or...
Sorry, Ryan's confused. Can this dragon change form?
Some dragons can shapeshift.
Shapeshifters. We don't know yet, I guess. If it has that capability, Kaylin will add on. I mean, regardless, the world is going to know. If we try to hide it, I feel as though that might make it worse.
That was kind of what Talon and I spoke of. Regardless, I told him that if that was what he wanted, you all had to be comfortable with it because, as we've seen, there are people that will not take kindly to what we're doing. If it's not something you're willing to risk, then we'll need to explore other options. And if it would be easier, I can leave the room if the four of you want to talk on your own. I wouldn't hold it against you if you want to speak freely.
I think if we can reasonably do it in a safe manner, I think this is the best way to go about it.
I'm nervous about it. I don't really understand why Father suggested it being a member of the hand. I think that's a bad idea. It is gonna be a newborn, and we, training it up and giving it a seat of power feels reminiscent of a certain someone.
He did mention it'd be more like a mascot. I don't think he was saying it should get to vote or anything, but I see what you mean.
Oh, I see.
It's still not a light matter, though. I
Agreed.
agree with Octavia.
Yeah, it just feels like to us, of course, we would know, but what are we putting out to the people is like, rather than we're getting to know this dragon, we're working close with it, and we're keeping, ties on it to actually fully embrace it and not approach it as apprehensively as the people will be, I think is a little unwise.
I feel like it is certainly the quickest way to get people to trust the King's hand less, to hate us threefold more than I fear people are already seeing us. I understand that you all, well, a few of you, have an idea that this dragon will only be a thing of good, only a thing of benefit, but the people will not see it that way. History has not seen them this way. Personally, I think it is a terrible idea to have it with us, if the King's hand is to achieve anything. But that said, it is what Father has decided should happen, and it is going to be what happens. As I said earlier, it's not about what any of us want. As unfortunate in circumstances as that may be. But it does mean that we need to be the ones to have an eye on it. Truly have an eye on it. I don't want the assumption to simply be that it is a thing of good. We treat it like any unknown. It's good to keep a distance. An understanding that it could be vengeful, it could be, or could have any ire towards us. Try and get in the way of things. Act as its ancestors have, I suppose. And I don't want us to be blind to that. If it does act out, if it does prove to be a threat to the Hand's business, to the kingdom itself, whatever, I want there to be an understanding that we will be the ones that have to deal with it. Take it out of the equation.
Father said behind closed doors that the dragon would be my ward. Should anything bad happen, the consequences will fall upon me. They won't on any of you. Not from Father and the Council, at least. I know that might only be a small comfort, but I just wanted to let you know.
If it means anything, Merrick, I think the more that we hide from the people, the more harm we do them. And the more we try to brush it under the rug as if it's not happening. But as Xanthi has said, it doesn't really matter what anyone individually wants. I think we go about it with caution, like she said.
It is something I do want to hear from you, though, Merrick. If it is going to be a ward, if you are going to accept responsibility for it, if it does prove to be a detriment, if it does prove to be a danger, promise that you will step aside and see it dealt with.
If the dragon proves as bad and as evil as people fear it, I won't step aside, I'll deal with it myself. And should I fail to get out of your way, I trust you all to stop me.
Well, sounds like we've found a middle ground.
What?
What?
Quite.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said what. I was like,
No.
what do you
quite.
mean what? What just happened?
Please.
Wait. While we're all here, is there anything else people want to talk about?
No.
Suppose we can retire for the night then.
Have a good night then, everyone.
Too bad.
All right. And with that,
Gonna talk to Kaylin tonight.
oh yeah, as all of you are sort of heading off to your rooms, you know, the doors close one by one. As you get back to your room, you realize there's one more thing you want to do before you go to bed, and you head to Caitlin's door.
What? Oh, why did I just now
That was
No.
like 6 hours ago. What the
Ryan, do you
hell?
remember
Oh, no.
when you said when you're not on the VTT, how when you click back, it's
Uh-huh. I sure did.
Oh no!
Oh no! Love that.
That's really funny.
That's fantastic.
Kaylin is in her room. Samson
Love.
is on her bed, probably sleeping.
Oh.
Kaylin is like, I guess
Busy
if there
day.
is like a little desk, she's working on making
Okay.
something.
Yeah, she knocks. Kaylin.
Come in.
Okay, and she's gonna come on in, kind of hurried anxiously. Can I tell you something stupid that I did?
Yes, are you okay?
Hands. So brace yourself, okay? It's
He's standing now?
Oh, okay. So I don't know how to say this without just ripping up the band-aid, and I feel like I can't. I want to tell everybody. This is kind of the thing that you were asking me about a little bit. You were like, you could talk to me and everything when we were all the way back at Crown's Rest. After I talked to Morgana. But I feel like I can't tell everybody because Xanthi might want to get me arrested if I see like a hypocrite in front of Merrick. So I think I can only tell you right now, or maybe at all ever. I don't know. So Poppy, Isadora, and I, you know how we have a little coven? It's really cute.
Yes.
Well, they found a ritual in the restricted section that needed 3 people. And we were trying to read it. We couldn't read it very well because it was in Draconic.
Ovia.
And we may be in a blood pact now. And I have to do it every night. And I've been doing it every night since it started. And Morgana thinks that might be what is bringing the eggs back. I said brace yourself. I know, and it seems directly tied to everything bad. And that's why I'm freaking out.
Okay, let's walk it back.
I know I'm an idiot.
You're not an idiot. You have just made some choices that might not have been the wisest choices. That doesn't make anyone an idiot. I think that you should sit down and tell me what the ritual said. I mean, sometimes people who write rituals down, what does that really mean? They could have miswrote a rune or something. It could be wrong. It could be anything.
Yeah. And we're going to Arkenvale, so maybe you and I can go get it.
Oh, we will go and get it. What do you remember it saying?
So you know how people aren't supposed to really, know Draconic because it's kind of taboo. Well, we could only make out like a few words, and this is what we thought. So this is what we. Yeah. So the words were power, blood, 3, and cost. So.
Kaylin literally has her hand over her mouth. Okay. That's all you knew how to read?
Yeah.
Alvia, I'm gonna tell you right now, you never, ever perform any ritual if you don't know all the words. Ever. Do you promise me that?
It doesn't matter now.
She kind of puts her hands on your shoulders. It's okay. From now on. Yes?
Okay, so
what do you have to do every night?
Okay, yeah. So every night there was a rune as well, and so and it had, you know, those 4 symbols. So in that rune, I draw the symbol for power, blood, 3 cost in the middle of it. I say it in Draconic the best that I can, while having a little bit of my blood drip on each of the runes.
Her hand is back over her mouth again. Althea,
Mm-hmm.
you never give your blood to a foreign entity that you do not know.
Well, I don't know.
Every night. And
like
what
our-
happens?
Nothing. The first time something really bad happened, that's when, so remember how I don't know how much you knew this actually. So I used to get visions and there wouldn't be much of like a problem when I had a vision, you know, like how sometimes I pass out or my nose runs blood and out my ears and my eyes and shit. Yeah, none of that started happening until this happened. So, and I had a vision of it. Basically, I call it the tides of crimson. I thought I was getting.
Mean?
I know. I thought I was getting a vision of the massacre that happened, and it might have had chunks of that too, but that's not everything. I think it was a vision of something. It was you know, okay, so at Dragon's End, in the Crimson Bloom area, the sky was all black and the clouds were all jagged and harsh, and the air was kind of like had like this humming, this low droning, and from the Crimson Bloom tree there were 5 bodies hanging there. I couldn't really see their faces.
Hanging from the tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And they had objects beneath their feet.
That were...
Hold on. It was a stack of books, a cog wheel, a great sword, a dragon skull, a small one though, like a little baby dragon, and a crown. Yeah, and I kept hearing "Beware the tides of crimson." It was like lots of voices like shouting into my fucking head. So that I had that vision the first time it happened, but I felt like I had to keep doing this because Poppy and Isadora said it would bring us something good eventually, right? Like power, and we had this coven and everything, and you know, we promised that we would keep doing it.
And
I
we know the other 2 are still doing it.
We promised. They're my best friends. They wouldn't do something like, I mean, we're in a coven. They have to be doing it.
When was the last time you talked to either of them?
Like in person, it was at graduation, but we sent letters.
How recently?
Well, my last letter had to get stopped because I was telling them to stop doing it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is bad. When all the dragon stuff started happening originally, I freaked out. And I ended up telling Morgana about it. She said, one, that could be really bad because we don't know what the ritual is, so there could be negative consequences, and that she thinks that the dragons' lives might be tied to this ritual.
Hey, Joe. Because anything that Kayla knows about doing rituals and the consistency of it, what Via just said about what Morgana said, how does that strike Kaylin as a true fact? Or is it weird that she should continue? Like, what does Kaylin know about rituals to deem if that's good advice that was given?
Yeah.
Kaylin says of Morgana.
Yeah, I'll have you make a history check, because anything that related to rituals would have been from the Serpent's Grove, and that's trying to recall information from when you were really young. So.
Okie dokies. Well. Blah, 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 blah. Too much information right now.
Everybody's
Our
rolling,
rolls.
everybody's rolling great
Yeah,
tonight.
they're bad tonight.
Yeah.
As always, not a good night for the king's hand.
At least it's not just you, Ryan.
True.
So, Kaylin, it's just hard because while you remember some things about the rituals of the Serpent's Grove, some of them were performed pretty consistently. I mean, but those were like nighttime rituals, like thanking the Great Serpent. Things that didn't really carry any real power, but were more ceremonial, would be done rather consistently. Sure. In the Serpent's Grove, there were some rituals connected to Zazris, because Zazris was the patron of that land so long ago, for so long. And as far as you can remember, none of those needed to be done daily, nor are there any daily rituals that have such great power connected to them, because any great ritual that Kaylin had ever heard of in the Serpent's Grove was done once, and then whatever happened, and then that person couldn't do that ritual again. But I'd say that's about as much as you get with a
sure
natty one.
I don't think it would be a bad idea to try to reach out to them. It doesn't have to be about this, just to see if they're doing okay. If they're having visions, maybe phrase it in a way.
No, they don't have any visions. They've never. I'm the only one.
Oh.
Well, if they are having visions, that would be entirely new like they've never. Isadora is a necromancer, and Poppy is oh gosh, now my brain is spiraling. I mean, she was really into fiendology, but she's the one. I'm just spacing, guys. It starts with an E. Evocation. It took me a second. And Poppy's evocation. They don't really dabble in any divining at all. That was me. We had a little trio thing. We had
Right. And you've never missed a night?
No.
Via, this is, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, a pretty big deal. Yep.
I've been freaking out about it.
Okay. I'm gonna try something. I don't know if it'll do anything, but I'm just going to look. And Kaylin was gonna take Via's hands. Can Kaylin try like a little cheeky veil walk moment here? She's trying to see if there's anything around Via that shouldn't be. And this is very hard because she's not really in like the best mind space to do this, and she's not doing it in a proper way whatsoever, but she's kind of in panic sister mode to make sure that she's not in any immediate danger.
Yeah, Kaylin.
So she's gonna try to do what Bjorn taught her to do, but like a speed run of it.
Yeah, go ahead and make a charisma check with disadvantage.
Oh no. Well, I'll tell you what, we're just high rollers tonight, baby.
Oh, no.
Maybe we should just stop rolling, guys. Maybe
Yeah.
it just tells us what happens, and we just go.
Rolling
with
in
it.
my
Hold on, you
D&D
gotta roll
game.
again. Okay, it's still lower.
Jesus,
I was gonna be,
these
what's the
rolls are
speed of that 20?
chaotic.
It's too bad.
I mean, that was the high roll of the night for what that's worth. That's
Yeah, which is true. 10.
pretty cool.
Kaylin, as you go to grab Via's hands and you try, it's almost like you don't skip the steps, but like you said, you rush through them, and you feel your heart almost skip a beat as you like push against that realm, and then are kind of like rubber banded back, and you see Samson was asleep on your bed as all this was happening, but like in an instant, he is like down at your feet, and he's like sort of like scratching into your leg, and you can see he has this very deep concern in his eyes, and he's kind of shaking his head no at you right now.
Okay, well that didn't work. Do you ever feel like something's watching you, or even when you're alone?
Joe? Has she?
Somebody's watching me.
Via, there's always
Don't make me roll for this.
There's always been so much going on, you know. I wouldn't say that Via has ever felt like somebody has been watching her, somebody or something has been watching her.
Okay. No. If anything, no, nothing. Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, that's good at least. Listen, I don't think we should tell anybody about this right now.
Yeah.
I think we go to Arkenville, and I think we find that book, and I think we read it and figure out exactly what it says. And I think we do this secretly. Not that I think Xanthia would put you in jail, and not that I think Merrick would call you a hypocrite, but because I think everybody would be very, very concerned, and it could complicate things a bit. And I think everybody truly cares a lot about you, Via, and we just want you to be safe at the end of the day.
Yeah. There's a possibility that either Poppy or Isadora, or maybe it'd be awesome if both of them are at Arkenvale, but I feel like it'd be more likely that only one is there, like stopping by. We'll
We should
see.
find them, if so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see. I'll check, the main spots, but yeah, we should. I mean, it's in the restricted section, so it's not gonna be the easiest to get to. Maybe as the King's Hand, we have some sway, actually, now, rather than as students.
Maybe. If not, I think we can... Well, I'm sure you found a way in before. We can find a way in again.
Well, I was kind of going along with what Poppy and Isadora brought to me. I didn't really...
Was this their idea?
Yeah, yes. They just needed a third person.
How did they pitch it to you?
Well, they were, they're from powerful families too, and they talk about, I mean, actually, all three of us would kind of talk about how we were, the last pickings of the family, right? Like, it's like, I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. I'm not going to be the heir. I don't got to worry about it. Jokes on that, I'm worrying about it. And they're, none of them are going to inherit anything. So, I mean, they had a lot more, I would say, anger towards their families. So they're trying to, really get some power and become like big mages and everything, and really make a moment for themselves. We just, bonded as friends. I don't really care about power or anything. So, but I want to help
always
them.
been kind to you?
Yeah. Like, they were there, for me when school would get really, really hard. I mean, I wouldn't always like tell them everything, going on. That's what Fiddle was for. Fiddle was more like my buddy, but they were my best friends. Like we went through so many things together. So
Okay. I believe you. I just don't know if I trust them, respectfully, Via. This is even stuff that I only know so much about, and it makes me concerned that they involved you without knowing exactly what they were dealing with. And now you all are involved in something potentially much bigger than anything we could imagine.
Yeah.
Can you, tonight, not do the ritual?
What if something bad happens?
Via, I don't think anything bad will happen. But I worry that you continuing to give your blood to something that you don't know what it is might be doing more harm to you.
Can I stay with you again?
Yes. Listen, if you want to still go through with it, can I at least watch to make sure everything is okay? Would that make you feel better?
I just worry that if I stop it and Poppy and Isadora do it and that harms them, and or if it is tied to the dragons, even though I don't feel, super awesome about them, how that could hurt Merrick if something bad happens to that green egg.
Okay. I understand. Then I at least want to be there. I want to see if I can see something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, here, I mean, it's not hard and it's easy to clean up. I've been doing it and no one's noticed, so it's not crazy.
Okay, let me do this the right way. She kind of mumbles to herself, and she's gonna, pick up Samson from scratching at her leg and give him a look, and then put herself on the floor in a, meditative stance and kind of focus in on the words Bjorn said. And with her eyes closed, she'll just say, okay, whatever you have to do, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and she'll move Fiddle out of the way. I'm sure Fiddle's hanging out. And she will do her normal thing. You know, she has a little bit of chalk, and so it's not huge, it's not crazy. She doesn't do anything super fancy. It's very rushed because she doesn't like doing this. So she draws out the symbols on the floor in that circular motion, sits in the middle, and then not a ton of blood because you guys aren't noticing any huge scars, but she pricks her finger and then smudges it on each of the symbols. And I can't speak Draconic, but she'll sit there and she'll say those 4 words in Draconic 4 times.
As that's happening, Joe, can Kaylin try a little bit more refocus now, finding her center, kind of focusing on the air and the space around her, trying to ground herself on the floor of this boat, just the motion of the ocean beneath her. Try again.
You can see that as you begin to do the ritual, the breathing, going through the steps, Samson is nudging on your leg, and he's kind of scratching you a bit. He seems really nervous right now.
Kaylin's going to nudge him away with her foot. This is very important. You have to stop.
Samson can't talk, but his eyes, there's such deep sorrow in them right now, and he just looks at you as you push him away. He doesn't get any closer, but he just looks at you with an insane amount of concern for a ferret-like creature.
but he's my sister. I can't stop. I always okay. So look at me like that. No, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, Kaylin's still gonna do it. Like,
Uh-oh.
she's just gonna look at Samson, like, peek her eye open and just, like, return the look. Like, this is important. If she can figure out a way to help, she's going to. She's gonna close her eyes again.
Close your eyes and you follow the steps that were told to you by Bjorn. Via you continue with the ritual, muttering the vague words in Draconic that you know that pairs with the ritual. Kaylin, as you slip into that realm, you can feel a presence looming over you, Kaylin. Right on your periphery, you can see these sort of like gnarled, tangled wooden roots and vines that sprout from behind you, sort of wrapping around. Moving towards, you can see Via, strangely enough, except instead of the wisps of white and silver that she was, there are now these threads of black and red that pulsate from within that like ethereal thread-like form that she currently finds herself displayed as you step into this realm. But that creature...
That starts when she's doing the ritual?
Correct. But that creature behind you starts building almost like this wall of vines and roots around you and Octavia.
Kaylin is gonna like look around to see if anything is like as she's doing this ritual, does it seem as though like she's summoning anything? Like, I know these threads are coming off her, but like, does it seem like something is responding?
Mm-hmm. Kaylin, you do feel something in the distance. I'd like you to try. I'd like you to make a charisma check to see if you can follow that feeling. You follow your mind's eye away from your sort of physical manifestation of your form in this realm and Octavia's manifestation. You can see as your mind eye travels away, roots follow behind you, chasing after you almost, following you. The entity stays by where your body is, Kaylin, but this part of you travels outward. You follow those threads of black and red until eventually you get to this land almost. It's so strange. Everything had been ethereal and blue and different, bright. But as you get closer, following those threads, it is growing much darker. Shadows stretch longer, and those threads of light that you see, they dim and almost vanish in that shadow. And you see these two mangled, decrepit masses of black and red. And Kaylin, as you stop for a moment and watch, you see one of those forms shift and move in that writhing black mass. Slowly, its head and neck begins to rise, and you can see this draconic form.
Nope. She's out of here.
Okay.
She's gone. She is turning and leaving and waking up as fast as she can.
All right. Make another charisma check, Kaylin.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. With a 21, you feel this burst of force behind you as some type of devastating attack is unleashed in this realm by that thing. Massive in size. I mean, larger than any creature Kaylin has ever seen or heard about.
The red thing?
The black thing was the one that began to move. The
Okay.
massive
Yeah.
black thread. However, you are able to get back to that sanctuary, those roots that had been formed, almost creating this like dome around you and Via. You're able to pass through, and that massive energy hits the roots, protecting you from succumbing to whatever that would have done. And with that, Kaylin, you snap back as you gasp, and Via finishes the ritual at that point, as it's rather quick, rather easy to do. And whatever traces of black and red are gone now from Via, as your vision slowly begins to fade from that realm.
Oh, yeah, we need to get that book. as soon
How
as
is
possible.
Kaylin looking?
She has tears in her eyes.
What happened?
Whatever you guys are doing, it is working, I guess. I think the essence of what looked to be dragons, but it's okay. I'm just gonna wipe her face. We are going to figure this out. We are going to figure out exactly what those books say, and we're going to figure out how you do not have to do this anymore safely. I fear what would happen if you stop. And if we can find your friends, I think we need to.
Okay.
It is okay. I don't mean to scare you, I promise.
No,
I just
Kaylin, I'm young. I'm not little though. This is bad. I've known it's bad. It's so bad.
it's
Thank
bad.
you for helping me because I don't know what to do. I didn't even know
We're
where
gonna
to
figure it out.
start.
Oh, we're gonna start in Arkenvale, and we are going to find the book. That's step one. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you, Via. No one here is.
I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about what you saw, which I know you're not really telling me, but if I bring back what our family destroyed, I gotta be the biggest failure in this whole family.
Octavia, there's so much more going on here, I think, than any of us know. I refuse to believe that you're friends with much good intentions as they have. You can see she kind of like struggles to say this. I cannot truly believe that they had no idea what they were doing. And I'm sorry if that is not what you want to hear, but there's no way. Or unless they were tricked or something. But you don't just stumble into this. And this is not your fault. We need to speak with them as well.
let's just get the book first, and we'll go from there. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Kaylin.
You do not need to apologize to me. We're gonna figure this out. Kaylin's gonna pull her in for a hug.
Yeah. She will definitely accept.
She's just gonna kind of hold on to her for a really long time. And she's gonna, as she's holding her, she's just gonna like stare at Samson for a really long time.
You can see that Samson's face, he looks relieved that you're okay and that you were safe. But he definitely does sort of squeeze into you a little bit tighter, Kaylin. And for you, Via, Fiddle does the same. You know,
Yeah.
Fiddle can tell that this is always very draining on you.
Fur babies. Yeah, I love fur babies.
Okay. All right. So, with that, eventually the two of you do head to sleep, staying the night with each other to provide each other comfort. Eventually, night falls, sleep is had, and the sun rises. And in about 4 to 6 hours, you will arrive in Arkenvale Academy to pick up Landor. So, as we boopity boop 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 boom. Eventually cut back to the main deck on this lovely morning. Does anybody have anything they'd like to do before eventually arriving in Arkenvale later today?
Got nothing.
No. No.
Okay, cool. All right. I just wanted to check. So, Xanthi, this morning, what's Xanthi's morning routine looking like this morning?
This morning, I think, especially since the facility's here, probably spent like a good part of the early morning just like, doing some training, perfecting her form as always. But I think just as she's been doing the previous day as well, like she's still just going over those notes, going over like everything that she's like been prepping for the festival. And just really focusing on that, knowing that that's coming, we need to have our shit together.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So, Xanthi, we'll say that as you're on deck 2, it's like an open air training courtyard. So there's like netting pretty much that covers up that one spot. So that way nobody can fall out, but that way you can, kind of control, or you have a little bit less control over like wind resistance. And that way, in case anybody needs to cast any spells or anything, it's not into confined space. They can be shot out, into the air there. As you are training and kind of taking a break to go over some of your notes and going back to training, you hear the doors to that open air courtyard sort of click and swing open as you see Father approach. Bright and early in the morning, he says, "I thought that I would find you here. I'm assuming it must be at least a little lonely without Blade Master Alexi. I'm no Blade Master, but maybe we could, maybe we can see if I've still got it. What do you say?"
She would have like stood at attention like when she realized Talon was walking in. But at that, there's like a kind of weakening in it, and then she's like a little unsure because this is her dad and he's also old. Peace and love. But she'll kind of like do a little like head bow. If you would like to.
Oh. Now it's been a minute, so go easy on me. And he'll kind of go over to the weapons rack. He'll take Dragon's Bane off and he'll set it on off the table.
It's a crazy thing.
And he will pick up a rapier from the sort of weapons that are there, and he'll sort of like test it and give a couple of practice swings. It's good. It's very good. And he'll kind of take the clasp of his cloak and he'll take it off and fold it up. And you can see he moves over towards you, Xanthi.
Real quick, if he's also picking up a rapier, so I was just double checking.
Mm-hmm.
Because she does have mastery of it as well, and I guess she's also a fighter, so I guess she could use it anyways.
Okay.
But to, put the plane a little bit and reduce the seriousness, she will place down her trident and pick up a matching rapier.
Well, all right, now you're in my home turf, so be careful. It's like riding a bike, I think.
Makes us both less out of practice.
All right, well, let's just start, shall we? And with that, ching, 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 the two of you begin to, duel and clash back and forth. For funsies, let's do best 2 out of 3 here, right? These are not magical weapons. This is just modifiers alone. So we'll roll 3 attacks. Best 2 out of 3. All right. First attack roll.
Which I believe I can just use my trident thing, because that would be the same modifier,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Because you're
dex or
proficient,
strength
and
for
it's
it.
the same. Yeah, it's the same modifier, so you're good.
Not bad.
Okay, Talons was a 19. So you do beat. Yeah. You can see Talon. He's a little slow right now. It seems as though some of that. You can see the form, and you can see that the dexterity and the power that he has behind those strikes, but you can see where he's rusty. His footing is very sloppy, and that's kind of where you're able to capitalize in that first round as you just kind of move around him, and you're able to sort of flick the tip of the rapier away and then sort of like tap it against his chest. And he goes, all right, I'm a little rusty. The footing was sloppy there, I know. All right, let's try that again, shall we? And he will move back into position. Go ahead and make another attack roll. Unless you had something snarky you wanted to say to your dad.
No. She's like being so restrained. And before, every time, every time they reset, it's do the whole ingratiated fence thing bow, whatever shit,
Yes. All right. For Talon, that was a 26. So he will
give him something, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Xanthi maybe getting a little overconfident. She really starts feeling herself. It's like a switch flips. His footwork magically resolves itself as the feet come together, and it's this ballet where there are these flicks back and forth where you do parry a couple of the attacks, but he is fast, and there's so much power behind each one of the strikes. Eventually, he is able to sort of take the cross guard of the not the cross guard, but that hand guard of the rapier, and he kind of dodges off to the side, and he kind of hits it against yours, and then flicks the point of the rapier against your chest, and backs away and says, all right, like I said, riding a bike, right?
And now we have evened the score.
Indeed we have. May the gods favor you, Princess Xanthi. I think you're going to need all the help you can get. And he'll do his little bow.
Oh, I want this to be a good roll.
Roll!
I want it to be good. Yeah.
All right. Well, luckily for you, that was a 2 plus 7 for a total of 9 for Papa.
I'll take it.
So, Xanthi, in this moment, there is a pretty strong back and forth between both of you. Parries, riposte, dodges.
it is this dance that's happening between the two of you. How does Xanthi land the final blow in this fight, winning this informal duel?
Or against her dad. You know, I think Xanthi, you know, she is naturally competitive. You know, as soon as she sees, hey, I might lose this thing, she instantly switches it onto, I will not lose this thing. And, you know, since it was also not great of a roll as well, I imagine it is this thing where it's just like, she starts to get like a little sloppy, a little frustrated with how things are going. Knowing that like her form should be better than this, you know, maybe she's a little bit out of practice with a rapier, but hey, that's fine, we'll correct it. And I think she kind of like, at the end, she does like a bit of a dirty swipe. Like,
Ooh, yeah.
She almost basically like topples Talon over, you know, in a way that would be a foul, all things considered. I think she does kind of like course correct though, like towards the end, like she doesn't fully go through with it, but it's enough to kind of just like shift that balance and get that like find a little tap and win the point.
Yeah.
And like I think she like immediately catches herself like after it, and just like, kind of has this moment of just like, aha, I won, but then also immediately just kind of like kind of puts herself instantly like down at a bow. I would understand if you'd wish to retry that last point.
No.
I meant no foul, my king.
Well, good thing it's not a formal duel. There are no fouls, and it says something very important to me. Duels are fantastic when you're practicing, when you're applying your skill and trying to develop them, but I work with this shit. Okay. When you're trying to develop them, but I know that from Rosemont and Faithspire to a lesser degree, but the idea is the same. Sometimes you have to do what's necessary to win or to live in those circumstances. It's one of the hardest parts about living a life of adventure, serving people. I wish that I could, and he kind of gets up and he brushes himself off. I wish I could say this was just a friendly duel, but I needed to be certain of something before I gave it to you.
What exactly did you be certain of?
That your skills were growing. I've seen you duel with Blade Master Alexi many a time, but there's something that changes when you shift from training to executing those skills in the real world. The same thing happened to me. The skills, they grow exponentially faster. What took you a year and a half to learn in training, when you are in the trenches fighting those battles, you learn it in weeks or months. The growth is... it's significant, and the fact that you're adapting so well already means that I think you're ready. Ready for something that I don't. There was a letter written a long time ago by your grandmother. She said that it would be opened by the eldest daughter of House Falkrest, who fell in line with a life of adventure, with going out into the world and doing things.
I have never read the letter. I've never opened it. It's still sealed from when she sealed it so many years ago. But I believe that you're ready for whatever she wished to tell you, whatever wisdom she wanted to impart. I believe that you are ready for whatever she needed to tell you.
Well, it would be an honor to receive such a thing.
In fact, I think that you are receiving the last letter that will ever be opened by Elendara Folkrest. It is a great honor. You can see Talony kind of, why are we doing fireworks on Saturday before Memorial Day?
I'm just glad they're fireworks.
Yeah, if they weren't, we'd have bigger problems, all right?
Memorial Day weekend.
So you can see he reaches in his in the shirt that he has on to this sort of like inner with like pockets on the inside, and he will pull out what looks to be a letter or an envelope, but you can see that there's something physical. There's not just a letter inside the envelope, but some type of flat item as well. And Talon will hand it to you. And you can see the seal of House Folkrest, of the monarch of House Folkrest, is there. The envelope itself is well weathered. It has been around for a while, but Xanthe, you can tell that the seal has never been broken.
Yeah, she kind of like traces her like thumb over the seal, and kind of like looks up to Talon briefly, like if she should open it here.
I don't know what's on it. We're alone here, so if it's anything too private, it should be fine. But it's up to you. If you'd prefer to open it later, that's your choice. The letter is yours now. Whatever you deem to do with it.
Oh, that's her son, I believe. Some of her last words to be read. Also, should be owed to you as well. And
Would mean a
she'll
great
crack
deal
that
to me.
seal.
Okay. All right. So as you crack the seal, immediately as you open it, there is this faint smell of old roses that comes through first. And you can see Talon. It almost moves him to tears in that moment, where you can see his eyes begin to well up a perfume that his mother had used to wear. You can see two items within the envelope, Xanthe. A letter written in firm, precise handwriting of the late Queen Elendara, and what looks to be a key. Not a normal key for a lock, but very similar to that of what the keys look like that open the vault where the dragon eggs are, as well as the vault for the King's Hand. Those sort of like highly advanced arcane keys that harken back to like Arcan technology. Do you read the letter?
Yeah, I was gonna say she's gonna go on and read the letter, hoping it explains what the fuck this is for.
Okay, all right. What I need to do is I need to configure ownership. I need to do Gemma. I need to do owner. Save changes.
Oh.
And I need to show to
You mean
players. And I need to show to only Gemma. And then if you want, Gemma, I'm okay with you keeping this to yourself. Or if you want, you can, we can let everybody read it. But hopefully that only popped up for Gemma.
It's long.
It is.
Oh, it is long.
It is long.
We're gonna have to riff to fill the air, guys.
I think Gemma,
reads.
you can kind of read the first like
Yeah.
paragraph.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly scan it here.
Yeah, you're good. And then you can determine if it can be read aloud.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, she starts reading it, and there's like a brief kind of little sad pause, like almost immediately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then she reads it like barely a little bit more, and she kind of stops a little bit.
Yep.
And then she'll refold the letter, kind of just looking at it rather than looking up at Talon. Forgive me, Father, I believe it might be better to read this in private.
And after hearing the first few words, he nods and says, "Very well. I think there were many things that Elendara, my mother, had thought would come to fruition that simply did not. I will leave you alone. If you need anything of me, I'm here for you, Xanthi."
Of course. It's still just like staring down at the letter rather than up at him.
Yeah. I think Talon, he would kind of reach up and he would just like squeeze your hand a little bit just to like, "I'm here," you know, and then he would leave you alone in the training yard.
And as soon as he departs, she'll like open up the letter again and she will start actually reading through the rest of it.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Which I feel like we could cut away for.
Okay. All right. We will cut back momentarily. As we move back to that to the main deck, did any other one of the kids have anything they wanted to do before arriving in Arkenvale today? At 9 a.m.
Nope.
No.
No. No. Okay. All right.
I take Samson.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Kane.
Do some brush stroke. That's it. That's all I got. Put. Brush.
Need to look up more ferret noises. My catalog is rather limited. Right.
What is Talon doing right now? What does he go and do?
What does Talon go and do?
Yeah.
Talon goes and has a couple of sad boy moments in his room, from the letter, made him quite sad, especially hearing the first few words. Felt bad.
Yeah. What were those?
Well, I'm glad you asked. But eventually, I would say right around 12 o'clock, all of you can see Arkenvale in the distance. You can see the Royal Airship beginning to descend downwards towards the Coastal Academy complex. You can see these multiple elegant buildings connected by bridges and walkways spread across this small island, these small islands in the bay. You can see students in colored robes visible on paths between structures of the various 6 houses of Arkenvale. You can see many domed buildings change in color with light and magical energies, and you can see magical gardens, animated fountains, and practice fields visible below as the ship begins to slowly sink until it arrives at the singular airship dock within Arkenvale. As I'll go ahead and move you to Arkenvale Academy.
Ooh.
So think of it a little bit less like Hogwarts and a little bit more like a college campus where there's a lot of buildings that are kind of interspaced throughout the whole place. There is a central keep that is the sort of main area, but there's a lot of other buildings and a lot of other, space in between them. So a lot of students walk on these pathways in order to get from one place or another. As the ship begins to land and eventually docks at the airship dock. How we doing, Gemma?
Yeah, I got to the bottom of it. Yeah, I imagine like for the whole rest of the trip, Zethy has locked herself away in her room.
Yeah.
But as obviously we're arriving and it's kind of like, oh yeah, we got to kind of get off and like do this thing. I think that's the only time that she re-emerges. And I'm kind of assuming that the rest of the family is kind of together. As we're preparing to like disembark and like, go off and all that once we like finally land. And she'll still have the letter in her hand, and it's folded up right now. But before we disembark, whilst we're still all together, Zethy will kind of say, I believe we might need another family meeting. It is agreeable for all of you.
Halen looks at Via. I think that's a good idea.
You
Via
okay?
just nods.
I do not know
We
if we
go-
wanted to do this now or if there is private rooms in Arkenvale, but
Yeah, Archivale has plenty of private spaces.
Maybe this should be a conversation we have before we leave the safety of the ship.
What would be better for you, Xanthi?
we can have it here.
Okay. We go to the war room. Do we have a war
Hell yeah,
room?
war.
I imagine we do. There's 7 layers to the ship. We don't have a
No,
war
you
room. What
do.
the hell is
You-
on this thing?
You do. It's the chart room, but it's where all like the the charts are. There's a lot of sailors in there right now. The private dining hall is the best place for you guys to talk in private.
Okay.
So
Fine.
you guys can easily make your way in there as the ship is. I mean, the entire descent process takes about an hour and a half to do. And then the sort of locking of the ship, the setting of the stair rail down, and all the formalities that need to happen, before anybody can disembark. You guys have time before anybody expects you to be on deck, ready to disembark. So, with that, all of you enter in on your lonesome, the 5 of you, ready to discuss a couple of super simple, no big deal things.
Yeah. I think as she's because she'll be standing at what is it called? One of the heads of the table. And for just a brief moment, she'll touch that little pendant that she has around her neck that has the little ink vial. And then she'll kind of take a deep breath and kind of look to the rest of you. And turning specifically towards Talon.
Oh, okay. You wanted Talon in on the conversation. Okay,
Oh,
cool.
Talon's
Oh,
here
yeah,
too.
Talon should be in here. Yeah. Whole family. My bad if that was
Oh,
not conveyed.
Okay, well, Via
That's
changed
you
the
too.
orders.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
You
He is
did
not
what? Okay.
No. We'll talk
All
about
right.
that later.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Sorry,
You're
yeah,
good.
sorry.
You're good. No. So yeah, Talon's here. It's the 5 of you and Talon. Proceed.
Yeah. And she'll kind of get that like very like artificial, like, yeah, we gotta like, perform kind of smile on her face. And she just looks to Talon, while still kind of speaking to the rest of you. As much as I wish this could be a private matter, I do believe, given our previous conversation we had as a hand, and certain details, it is important for all of us to hear this.
Okay.
I wonder if there was any questioning from you, Father, regarding what I am.
You know, he knows what you're asking. Sometimes I did investigate. I did some research, but it can happen based off of ley lines or deals made in families years and years and generations in the past. For all I knew, it was something that the ancestors of House Volkrest all the way in the deserts of Nakaru had done, or something of House Astralor. But it didn't change who you were. You were still my daughter, so I didn't pay it that much mind. Why do you ask, though?
This letter has the answer towards it. And I believe it's important. I know that there are certain untoward rumors regarding it all. And so I believe it's important for us as a family to understand that my nature is not from some far distant past. It was from Elendara. For the rest of you, Talon, Father had given me a letter earlier today, and it is from Elendara. Supposedly one of the last pieces of writing to be found by her. And I don't know if I should just read this or if you want to share it for anyone or how you want this to work, but that is what Xanthi is planning on doing. I can just read it if it makes things easy.
Yeah, here, I will make everybody an observer, so everybody, people can read along as Xanthi reads it out loud, but there you go.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay.
It's long.
Yeah, it's a long boy, sorry.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna do a bunch of yapping. I should have got some water.
Hydrate.
I can't, I'll just hydrate.
Hmm.
So yeah, she'll start just reading it out. Granddaughter, if you're reading this, then Edemir has deemed you old enough to begin the life of adventure. And I hope that this letter reads you before you've taken a life. If it has not, if it has, do not kill another humanoid, my dear. It'll begin a chain of events that cannot be undone. If it is too late, then so be it. There is magic at play here far beyond my understanding or skill to dismantle. Many years ago, during the night of Crimson Tears, I made a deal that saved my life, and your father and your uncle's lives, but at a cost. That burden falls to you. I'm sorry that it must be something you are left to deal with, but I will not leave you unaware and defenseless, like most harebrained pact signers. As part of the pact I signed, it said I could have no influence in your life until 28 years passed from my death. I have most likely been dead for many years. It also says that I cannot interfere until you have proven yourself as one of the House Falcrest. If If you read this now, then your father truly believes you are worthy of your name. Here are the terms I agreed to ensure that Alistair Draven would be defeated, and my sons would survive that terrible night. Half the soul and spark of my firstborn granddaughter who embraced the lineage of House Falcrest and began a life of adventure, either forced or by exterior forces or by choice. The soul would save Talon, the spark would save Edamir. My own soul, upon death, would belong to this entity, meaning the aid I can provide from the afterlife is limited. The deal was simple on my side. However, after I signed the contract, before it could send aid, Rainier arrived and saved me. I'm glad he saved me, but there is no undoing what I signed. But I am glad I did. I believe that entity is what saved your Uncle Talon. After many years of research and study, I believe I have a way to break the contract. There are just a few missing pieces. Deep within Dragon's End, there is a location you must investigate, my hidden study. This area can be navigated with the aid of a Veil Walker. There I have many notes and books about fighting this devil and breaking the contract. The key in this envelope will allow the door to open. The Veil Walker simply needs to follow my essence through those hidden paths. The other thing is the pact. It reeks of devilry. To sign a contract so specific and binding, there is no logical choice. That means your essence is tied to the hells. If you're not a tiefling, then good. It'll make controlling that hell power in you easier. If you are, you must ask your Uncle Talon for help. Your uncle has spent a great deal out in the world and has fought many creatures. Using a similar style of magic you will need to learn to master. If you don't, your anger, sadness, or any heightened emotion could either hurt you, those around you, or influence them. You may have already noticed this. Hell power is not to be trifled with lightly. You must begin slowly, and eventually, when you can control it, you can challenge that devil and attempt to break your contract. For devils are one thing, vain. If it thinks it can outsmart you, it will. Prove to them, granddaughter, that the children of House Falcross are not playthings. Hopefully in my study you will find more. I love you, granddaughter, and judging by how things look now, this letter will most likely go to Elendara II. How fitting of a devil. If not, then it proves how extraordinary you may be. And she just kind of like takes a sigh after reading all that. Jesus, I forgot how long it was.
Yeah, Kayla, that's exactly right. Because at this point,
Okay.
Edamir was next in line to be king, and he had 5 children who sadly, all of them and his wife died from the plague.
Okay, it's not like we're finding out that Talon isn't Xanthi's dad all of a sudden.
No.
Oh,
This
no.
was just
Okay, yeah. I'm picking up-
Elendara
yep,
assumed
yep.
Edamir would be king.
Sorry, this is Ryan S.
Right, continue.
Is Xanthi purposely not reading that PS, or did you just miss that?
Oh, no, she would have read that too, yeah. P.S.
Okay, I was like,
more than just doors. Time comes, you understand. Sorry.
Okay.
I just got to the finishing thing. I was like, yeah, that's done.
Nope.
And I was
Yeah,
doing
for
a
sure,
lot of
for sure.
reading.
I was just like, interesting.
How does Xanthi look?
Dejected.
Yeah.
She's kind of like put her hand.
How does Talon
something that
look?
This is something that is tied to all of the family. If we are not keeping secrets, then let this be a collective one of ours.
We chose
One
not-
moment.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's happened? Hello?
I think he's lost sound.
Has he lost his mic or is everything?
My God,
I mean, I think it's just his mic.
I've never seen Dad.
It's a
Scary.
bar. He should have words.
Maybe his sound also.
Like, that's
Hello?
bad.
Hello?
Hi.
That was super. I nudged my mic, and then the audio started coming from my speakers on my desk. Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway,
But you could hear us.
yes, I could hear most of that. It was weird because it was coming from my speakers, so I
Okay.
was
Yeah,
flashbang for a couple of seconds. I heard Ryan ask how does Talon look, but I didn't hear what Jimmy you said as Xanthi.
Collective family
What did I-
secret.
Yeah. It's got to be something within the family. Like,
Okay.
you know, we talked about no secrets. This is going to be a big family secret. It's not going to be a private thing. That was
Yeah.
basically just.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Talon, lot of emotions on his face. Confusion for one, because confusion and a little bit of frustration. As he will say, Xanthi, I want you to know that we can begin training in virgin style casting as soon as you want, so that way you can get a handle on this. And I, as we learned earlier today, I'm not nearly as rusty as I thought. There are some things I can teach you to help you control that power. I remember that night differently. When Rainier found us, all three of us were together. I was dying. I felt poison in my veins, strength fading, but something pulled me back from the edge. And it was the soul. Your soul saved me. That wasn't Elendara's to give. Wasn't hers to give. The spark. And you see he kind of has a moment of realization. If that devil had Edamir's spark, when he became sick with the plague, no matter the magic that was used, he couldn't recover. The spark is what fuels our recovery. That natural fire in us that burns to heal wounds. You see, sort of processing the past and this big revelation for him as well, he sort of pushes it down and says, all right. Like I said, Xanthi, I will help you master Virgin Style to the best of my ability so you can break this contract and you can be free of it. I can potentially reach out to the Serpent's Grove, maybe Bjorn, perhaps, to assist with the veil walking.
I can do the veil walking.
She
Talon kind
Talon,
of says it out under her breath.
yeah, Talon
I was
looks
going
to
to say,
you.
when Talon did bring that up, Xanthi would have looked to Kaylin.
I can do it.
You know, I was worried that none of you had truly lived the life of a Falkrest. You spent so much time not just cloistered, but safe, protected, doing training under drills and hundreds of guards making sure you were safe. The one thing I'm realizing now is that all of you are Falkrest through and through. You have been out of the keep, out of the politics of court and in the world for a month now?
Xanthi has hell power that she can call upon Octavia and see visions and prophecies. Merrick is going to be taking care of a dragon. Kaelin is a Veil Walker. Edwin has a daughter. It's the most normal of the list, but extraordinary nonetheless.
Galen looks at Edwin's hand.
He looks to you
So
and
does
with
Merrick.
his eyes goes, "Now is not the time."
Galen returns to staring at the grain of wood on the table.
Edwin does one of these where his hand's on the table and he kind of, yeah. So, Talon, there's a lot of conflicted emotions. He can see that all of you are becoming heroes of House Falkrest and all of the baggage that carries. But he will follow it up and say, there were times where I wished for that revelation, and now that it's here, I almost wish we could go back. But we can't. What matters is today and tomorrow and the future. Xanthi, what can I do to help? Aside from the training, name it.
And she's still just like going back to like looking at the table. I do not know.
All right, then we'll start with the basics of Virgin style when we finish up in Arkenvale. On the way to Skyhaven, we'll start practicing, we'll start drilling, we'll start giving you the tools that you need to control it. All right?
Ian's just gonna go hug Zan. I don't have anything to say.
I think as soon as Via does, it like snaps that thing that had been like keeping Xanthi up. And you'll just see that she's like trying not to, like really desperately so, but you can see that she starts just crying as soon as you like hug her.
Yeah, she's gonna hold really tight.
I think
There's.
the only other thing is Talon. I mean, seeing his trying to fix the problem like Elendara. He moves over to Xanthi and Via, and he will sort of wrap his arms around both of them, choosing to be a father.
Please, we
in that
have
moment.
our information now. We've had our meeting. We have business to do here in Arkenvale, and we should see to it.
I'm sorry. There's something I still don't understand, though. Why the specific warning about not taking a life? It doesn't go on to say what that's going to do. Or did I miss it?
It was something else, I suppose. I do not know what it means, and it has... I don't know. It was while we were traveling to Rosemont where we were ambushed by things. Later that night, there was some voice. Something to do with Frost. It noted that two had been claimed. Made a note how it was interesting. devil's work and matter of souls and lives, I would not be surprised if it had to do with that. Apart from that, I do not have any answers for you, Barrick.
I'm sure when all of you investigate the study in Dragon's End, I'm sure you'll find more answers. And you can see kind of, as soon as you started talking, Via, he kind of pulled, or not Via, as soon as you started talking, Xanthi, Talon sort of backed away from the hug, but he will continue to place a hand on your shoulder and say, all right, then let's distract ourselves with the task at hand. We'll figure it out. But right now there is a young lad who's very excited to board this ship and attend a once-in-a-lifetime festival. And I'm sure, Octavia, there are friends here you'd like to see before we leave. We won't be staying long. We do need to get to...
Yeah, I have things, but I'll be quick.
All right.
There's something I want to show Kaylin, actually, so I think it will inspire her with the veil walking stuff.
Oh, I didn't realize they had text on the Serpent's Grove, specifically veil walking here.
You know, she like...
It's rather new. Via was telling me about it, and she's really excited to share it with me.
Very well.
Kaylin smiles.
Talon doesn't believe either of you, but he doesn't believe that it's that dangerous, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Kaylin's shooting him a look that says, please don't ask right now.
No, now's not the time.
Oh my god, no.
So he will just sort of nod, and he'll look to you again, Xanthi, and he'll give you a sort of very decisive nod, a squeeze of reassurance. And with that, all of you hear the shouting from above deck that landing and docking has finished, and the opposite of boarding,
Docking.
Disembark?
disembark can now happen. So
You can go ahead. I will put this back with my things.
right.
And
We'll
Xanthi
just
will kind of head off back to her quarters. Just for a moment. She won't be that long.
Mm-hmm.
Merrick's gonna wait for Xanthi to come back before disembarking with everyone else.
Right. So, the three of you and Talon move up to the top deck. Merrick, you hang out as close as you can, but in an area where you know you'll sort of cross paths with Xanthi before you head up deck. So
He ain't just waiting outside her door.
So Xanthi, you head into your room, place the letter down. You take just a couple of moments of deep breaths and reflection.
She will refresh herself. I imagine it's like a solid 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's out of character for her. She doesn't like being upset like that. So yeah, I imagine when she does reemerge, it's very much back to that kind of stone-faced, above it all appearance. Like, she's taken the time, she's recentered herself, she's ready.
Okay, fantastic. And as you are exiting the hall that leads to the stairs to head up to the top deck, you see Merrick waiting there.
He'll kind of push off from the wall and he'll walk over.
there something more you wanted to say, Merrick?
Well, first off, I'm sorry you had to find out like that. No good way to get that kind of information, I suppose. You gonna be okay?
It's the sort of thing I've known would be a concern for a long while. It's news, but it is also not news at the same time.
Not really an answer,
Please.
though, is it?
We have business, Merrick.
We said last night that we stand together now. Nothing you said changes that. Whatever we have to do, we'll do.
She does that kind of like look up and down at you, and you see like the smallest little smile. But she's just heading back up, ready to leave with the rest of the peeps.
Merrick under his breath after she walks away. I'll take it. And then I'll just follow after.
Whereas you get weather boy.
All right.
Boy.
Did you say weather boy?
Yeah.
She said fish
did.
boy. Fish boy?
Fish boy. All right. So
I
with
haven't seen that anyways.
Shark boy.
with
Is he one
that,
of the Segwings? No. Okay.
you descend, you disembark from the ship, and on the ship's dock, you can see it's this sort of like magical tower platform that has kind of adjusted and shaped around a half of the ship. And there you can see headmistress Ilaria Astrolor, who is in fact the mother of Lady Solara. Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. No, I didn't put her image in the thing. So I'll put it in the
Dad.
Discord under CC NPCs. Let me see here. Ilaria Astrolor. An older woman, streak of silver hair running down the sort of middle of her head. You can see she wears these robes of midnight blue, shimmering with arcane symbols, waiting to greet the king's hand. She sort of bows very deeply and says, "Your Majesty and esteemed members of the King's Hand, Arkenvale Academy is honored by your presence." And as she bows, she gives each one of you a sort of lingering smile, but lingering just a little bit longer on you, Merrick, as this is your mother-in-law to be. However, as you arrive in Arkenvale ready to dive in, we're not going to end our session there. There is going to be one moment, but I desperately need to use the bathroom, so I will be right back.
You're a piss girl.
All right. Now it's up to us to fill the air.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
I thought it
That's
was
a
so
funny-
long, and I read it. I was like, man, this is long. And I was like, oh shit, how am I going to convey this? I can't summarize
Long.
this. I just read it.
Nah, that was the move.
Yeah,
Just
that would have been rough.
And I was just like, oh, okay, I guess I should read this. And I was like, oh god, this is taking so fucking long to read this.
Dude, that's a fucking doozy, is what it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is.
God, for us
Get knocked
being
down.
in the air the whole session, this was rough.
Yeah.
It's because we went on solid ground. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, just another rough day in the life of the King's Hand. No surprise to anyone. One
Dear
day we'll catch some
Grandma.
breaks.
Hello, Joe. Welcome back.
I'm back. Okay.
Mm.
Holy crap. I was doing a little freaking potty dance, dude, in this chair. That was crazy. I was... Woo! All right.
So you all arrive at Arkenvale. You can see the headmistress bows, very excited that all of you are here. However, before we dive in to Arkenvale, and before the session ends, we are going to travel a little bit of a distance away. In fact, to a location that all of you would have passed just yesterday evening when this moment happened. Last night, within Dragon's End, in the healing chamber where Rainier still is
Good
recovering.
things. Only good things.
This does have good thing music vibes going on.
Right. There is moonlight that filters through those tall stained glass windows, casting these fractures of colors across the cathedral-like healing chamber. The room is decorated with the refined elegance of the Church of Unity and House Falkrest. Carved stone reliefs depicting scales of justice, shelves lined with pristine medical texts, and the soft glow of consecrated healing stones. Rainier Falkrest, he currently lays on a simple but comfortable stone bed. His bandaged form shifting restlessly, that magical prosthetic replacing his missing arm and jaw, pulsing with irregular blue light, synchronizing with his labored breath. His partially reconstructed jaw twitching, metal joints clicking softly. Two master healers of the Church of Unity, Sister Vera and Brother Kane. They work with a sort of practiced efficiency near an array of arcane instruments. These are not novices. Their movements speak of decades spent studying the intersection of divine magic and medical science.
The arcane core. Its resonance is destabilizing again. Third time this hour.
Sister Vera noted as she adjusts a complex magical apparatus near the core in Rainier's heart. Brother Kane consults a leather-bound tomb.
I've seen similar patterns in cases of spiritual contamination, but none this aggressive. The core should be filtering whatever is in his system.
Sister Vera places a glowing crystal against Rainier's forehead and immediately turns the sickly black.
Whatever is attacked him has left something behind. Something that's still fighting our healing.
A low groan escapes Rainier's throat, not quite human, though, carrying this echo of something else entirely. Both healers freeze.
That did not sound like him,
Brother Kane whispers. Deep within Rainier's consciousness, there is this terrible scene that unfolds. His eyes move rapidly beneath closed lids. Dense forests at the base of a mountain, soldiers moving through the undergrowth in a formation. An ancient stone keep carved into the mountain. Walking through dark, dimly lit corridors, only illuminated by the torches of his soldiers. Ancient stone pillars bearing 3 claw-shaped marks, moss-covered and bleeding with a dark substance. Cultists emerge from their shadows, their robes bearing fresh stains. And above all else, there is this low, resonant droning that fills the air. Not quite a voice, but something trying desperately to form words. Built like a distant avalanche. Battle, steel clashing, men screaming, Rainier's hammer crashing through robed figures. The last cultist falls, but something wrong lingers in the air, a presence that makes reality feel thin. A mass of writhing black and red, formless yet malevolent, pressing against the edges of his vision. It bellows, a sound like breaking stone, dying animals. The mass surges forward,
and for a moment, within its chaotic form, he thinks he sees wings, but wrong, twisted, incomplete. And a voice speaks. Blood marks the path. 5 must fall. The droning voice, barely coherent, overlapping growls that seem to come from everywhere at once. In the healing chamber, Rainier's arcane core begins pulsing erratically, casting this wild blue light across the walls. Dark veins appear on its neck, spreading like ink through water towards the glowing mechanism in his chest. Brother Kane, the contamination is accelerating, Sister Vera is urgent. If it reaches the core, blessed silver suspended in moonwater, Brother Kane replies, grabbing a vial from the cabinet. It should slow the spread. The door opens with barely a whisper in that moment, as Bishop Melis enters. Tiefling man of deep violet complexion, deep blue, with blue hair streaked with white. Unremarkable height, simple robes. His presence immediately changes the atmosphere. Sister Vera, Brother Kane, he says with a mild curiosity, working late. Again, I see. The healers turn, surprised, but not alarmed. In the Church of Unity, it's not unusual for higher clergy to check in on difficult cases like Rainier. Bishop Melis, the Sentinel's condition, it has evolved, Sister Vera explains. We're dealing with something beyond conventional spiritual contamination. Whatever attacked him left a fragment of itself behind. And he sort of lifts up the blackened crystal. It's actively resisting our healing magic again. And without the heirs here to commune with him, Bishop Melis approaches the body of Rainier with unhurried steps. His hands clasped behind his back. His eyes sweep over the medical apparatuses, the contaminated crystals, and the dark veins on Rainier's skin. Have you tried the rite of severance from the Fourth Codex? Yes, almost conversationally. Sister Vera looks up surprised. That is incredibly advanced. The ritual requires 3 practitioners working in harmony, yes. I studied under the High Arbiter before taking my current position. It can be done. Brother Kane blinks in recognition. The High Arbiter? But that would make you someone who occasionally knows more than the humble title of bishop might suggest. And he moves towards Rainier's bedside, removing a small silver medallion from within his robes, not ornate, but thrumming with this power. If you would assist me, the bishop asks. Sister Vera maintain the ward barriers, and Brother Kane channel your healing into the core for stabilization. The healers exchange glances. This clearly is beyond some simple blessing, but the bishop's calm authority and obvious expertise reassures them. Within Rainier's consciousness, that mass of black and red writhes more violently. Its droning becomes a furious roar, but suddenly silver light cuts through the darkness, not banishing it, but creating boundaries, forcing it into contained space. Interference! The entity raged. The words become clearer. The blood line is ours! The mass strained against silver barriers, its form becoming less distinct as it's compressed. You have no claim here, Bishop Melis's voice echoes in the dream, calm but firm. Return to the spaces between. The voice, once again angry, lashes out. The 5 must fall! And with that, the voice fades, leaving behind the faintest echo of a malevolent presence. The only one to hear those words were Bishop Melis. He removes his hand from Rainier's forehead. The dark veins retreat significantly, almost entirely gone. Rainier's breathing steadies, and the arcane core now pulses regularly, a healthy rhythm. Bishop, that was extraordinary. The contamination is contained, possibly dormant. The spiritual resonance is stabilized completely. What was that technique? An older method, Bishop Mellis said. Not commonly taught these days, but useful for unusual circumstances.
He carefully tucks the silver medallion back into his robes.
I would recommend monitoring him through the night, but I believe the worst is past. His body simply needs time to process what he's encountered. Should we inform the king and the king's hand? Sister Vera asked. They should know that his brother and their uncle have experienced another episode.
Bishop Mellis pauses, considering the thoughtfulness.
The young princes and princesses and His Majesty have very important work in Faithspire. This was merely the Sentinel's body purging the lingering toxins from his ordeal. They should be informed when they return, but nothing requires their attention immediately.
Though perhaps, as he begins to walk out, it would be a good idea to strengthen the wards around the room, especially this chamber. Some spiritual contaminations can linger in unexpected ways.
Of course, Bishop. We'll implement the additional protective measures immediately.
With that, Bishop Mellis reaches for the door handle, Rainier's lips moving slightly.
Fine. They need... They're coming.
Rainier fades. Words barely audible. The brother Kane and Sister Vera, off doing their own thing, strengthening the ward, looking for more reagents. Bishop Mellis, the only one to hear. For just a moment, his composed expression flickered. Not fear, something else.
He remembers more than anticipated.
Interesting. With a practiced smoothness, he inclines his head to the healers.
Good night, sister. Brother, may your vigil be peaceful.
He exits, closing the door with soft precision.
Have you ever seen the bishop perform healing work before?
Sister Vera asked Brother Kane.
No. But then again, there's a lot about the upper hierarchy that even people as experienced as us aren't privy to know.
With that, they returned to their work. Both cast occasional glances at the door where the bishop had disappeared. Rainier's face was peaceful now, but his hand still gripped the blanket as if it was anchoring him against unseen tides. And on that note, that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did.
Fucking dying over there.
I am. Made it through that whole thing without coughing. I was saving it till the end. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. Fantastic session, as always. Thank you for the players. John, you were missed. Very excited to have you back next week, but I think next week we're missing Felicity.
Pretty sure it's me.
Damn. Well,
No, trip to the restricted section.
Oh, wait.
yeah, I guess we'll have to do a flashback when Felicity gets back.
Yeah.
Flashback, baby.
Yeah, I'm missing 2 weekends in a row too.
We will
Ooh.
flashback
It'll
for
be-
sure, baby.
It'll be Schrodinger's book.
Maybe you just didn't find anything.
True.
Could you imagine
That-
the book's
that
gone
really
by the
solved
time you
that.
get there? That'd be crazy.
Ugh, God.
That'd be one of the most normal things to happen in this campaign. It's just
Yeah.
the book's gone. Okay.
Alrighty. Well, thank you, everybody, for watching. Be sure to tune in next week for another episode of the Crimson Court, and we will see you in the next one.